Ага. Спасибо. Доброе утро, дорогие друзья. Сегодня третий день работы конференции «Книжные памятники в аспекте сохранности». И я рада приветствовать вас в Большом зале библиотеки иностранной литературы, где у нас пройдет секция «Редкая книга как объект изучения и описания». И я благодарю вас всех за то, что в это ненастное утро вы нашли в себе силы и возможность прийти и поработать вместе. И надеюсь, наше заседание будет интересным, насыщенным. У нас только одна потеря. К сожалению, заболел Афанасенко Игорь Михайлович. Не состоится его доклад о жалованных грамотах на дворянство и герб в фондах отечественных библиотек и музеев. Но надеюсь, что он будет опубликован. И всем, кому интересен этот доклад, эта тема, я думаю, текст будет доступен. Если нужны Долгих, научный сотрудник научно-исследовательского отдела «Редкой книги», библиотека Российской академии наук, Санкт-Петербург. Тема ее доклада, здравствуйте, описание изданий 18-го, первой четверти XIX века в реестре книжных памятников Российской Федерации. Опыт отдела редких книг библиотеки Академии наук. Пожалуйста. Спасибо, скажите. Да?
Спасибо большое. Так, меня слышно? В новой редакции Федерального закона о библиотечном деле зафиксировано положение о том, что библиотеки, имеющие в своих фондах книжные памятники, несут ответственность за своевременное предоставление сведений о них для регистрации в реестре книжных памятников. Фактически это означает, что библиотеки должны регистрировать все ценные и редкие документы, которые подходят под определение книжного памятника. Термин «книжный памятник» хорошо знаком большинству библиотечных работников. Он использовался еще в 1980-х годах, хотя на тот момент еще не был зафиксирован на законодательном уровне.
Yes, even though it wasn't part of the law. By book monuments, we were talking mostly about architecture, but then we now have the amendment covering the definition of the book monument. Effective 2009, books have become the monuments to be protected and registered. That registration was supposed to be made on a special internet resource that back in 1910 received the title of the description of book monuments. The bibliographic information was supposed to be precise with the precise title of the book or putting the commas where they belong. At this point, this process has been frozen and the registration is being made on a different portal which is better optimized for the professional needs of librarians. The system is now more flexible for being filled out. The interface is understandable, and the margins are for some formulas common in each particular library. That system is connected to NET, the portal of book monuments. This is the division of the National Electronic Library, showing the digitized copies of printed and digitized book. So if there is all the legal information on the book monument, but the net is the reader's resource, allowing the access to the books that could be destroyed by the time. Even though the new registration system looks more understandable, the Department of Rare Book is now facing some technical challenges, some of which were resolved. We kept with some conferences with leading libraries, even though some of the challenges have not been resolved. These challenges could be faced by other libraries as well, registering their book monuments. So I will be talking mostly about the difficulties we were facing while working within this system. First of all, we'll be talking about the Russian printed editions of the 18th and the early 19th century, but the difficulties of their description are not as specific, and they could also be applied to other book monuments. Probably for all of the libraries for currently working with that register, will be dealing with the time resources management. We started working with them in the year 2020 and digitizing this year. The Russian fund added some incunabulas, some books in foreign languages published in Russia during the 18th century. 708 of those books were digitized, have been digitized. It takes one work day to register 5 books, not to speak of the work done by the expert council. Actually, a lot of things depend on the monument itself, but in case of rare editions, as all of the experts well know, the description takes a lot of additional sources in addition to catalogs. The time necessary for that is quite a burden for a librarian, even though they still have to do this to serve the readers, do some research and other types of activities. If a library is involved in the digital culture program, there are very strict requirements when it comes to qualities when they are doing digitization. A lot of old books have very stiff cover. Some copies cannot be digitized. The text is bound and it's impossible to open it so that it could be completely readable when digitized. When the book is opened, the cover is broken. The requirements bring about the principles of how the book monuments are selected. The Russian fund of the Department of Rare Books has over 70,000 units, starting from 1700 till 1825. Registering the whole fund within a very short period of time is impossible. We use the criteria of uniqueness, where we are the only holder of a particular book, because it is those books that have to be preserved. But here we were facing a real difficulty. The selection of Russian books was being done based on the data on the catalog of Russian books of the first quarter of the 19th century, and the general catalog of books in foreign languages published in Russia during the 18th century, where we were the only holder of that edition. We were trying to check them against the electronic catalog of the R&B. Unfortunately, at this point, the work on opening the funds in regional libraries is still being done, and we do not have complete information about the absence or the presence of some copies that at this point, according to the official data, are only kept in the BOM. We believe on the one hand that there is a unique copy only at our place, but there is a duplicate in some regional library, but no one is aware of that. And the register of the book monuments could really help us in finding the rare and valuable editions, not just in central, but in regional libraries of Russia as well. When it comes to the technical difficulties of working with the register is the issue of convolutes. According to the practice of the two main libraries, the size of the alligates is described according to the size of the book block. There are 3 parameters: the height, thickness, and width. The alligate is part of the convolute, where the convolute itself is part of the book monument, while the size like the size Commedia dell'Arte has the thickness of 8 centimeters, but every alligate is a separate book monument. It's impossible to imagine that one comedy of 10 pages would be thicker than 1 millimeter. Lots of convolutes did belong to somebody, and the alligates belonging to them. So some convolutes contain different formats for differently formatted documents. The pages of allegates could be cut or rebound, and their size is going to be different from the former cover. You know, doing the generic format, if we only have one allegate, is difficult. We could get rid of this problem if we are given leeway in making our own decision. Upon discussing that with our bosses, the department of our rare books, we introduced the practice of registering just the allegate, but not the whole block. So we are using the whole block the way it was being done in the practice of describing the general catalog. Another difficulty we were not just we were facing is the volume of the copy. There are two margins in the register. The volume is ideal, the general number of pages, while the other volume would cover two different margins. The second volume is the existing volume, taking into account the lacunas and the binding. So we are following the description of the general catalog, but the rules of those general catalogs have been changing. Back in the 18th century, the general rule was to take into account only the text pages. The back side was not taken into account. Nowadays, we do that, so we end up with different number of pages. According to the current rules of the Russian book of the early 19th century, all of the enumerated pages are put into square brackets. It's pretty hard to figure something out when a book only existing in one copy, only in one font, has a different number of volume in the general catalog, and it's supposed to be fixed according to different size. So the actual description looks incomplete, even though nothing has been lost. The information on this data are fixed on the margins, but any person looking at that inscription could be misled when looking at the main card of the monument, because the ideal volume is there. It's not the factual volume, not the factual size. There is a certain inconvenience in stiff margins because we are trying to adapt it to the NEP recognition system. The bibliographic description of each copy is really rigid. The margins, main title, some information on responsibility. According to the rules, the main title and the information on the title fixes the stuff which is the title of the book. The primary information on responsibility has the name of the author after the main title. If the author has not been indicated, the author puts the sign absent. Most of the books back in the 18th and the 19th century first had the title, the name of the author, the Christian prayers composed by Princess Condé by the Abbey, but not this hierarchy is not always observed. So in some of the documents, the author is put at the beginning of the title. The newest stories of Gustave La Fontaine showing the following thing. It's hard to figure out what to do with filling the margin in terms of the primary responsibility, because the author will be placed in the main card twice. In addition to that, you have to take into account some restriction in the number of characters. We have the practice when this margin describes the physical characteristics of the book, by which it could be recognized some prints and covers. So if the allegate in the middle of the book is described, we have to put the description of the first allegate. Very often the books of the 18th and the 19th century have very long titles, especially if we are coming about all of the credentials of an author, especially in the speech. to put everything in the in one margin that it is the legate, that it is the elegate. So we have to shorten the description. With convolutes, we always have to do that. So we cannot figure out what to do about the accounting and the preservation of those books, as the federal law doesn't specify that the book monuments should be accounted separately from the other rare books and other books that are already considered super valuable. But attaching this title of book monument to rare documents brings about the issue of whether these physical documents should be placed separately from the other valuable copies, and how the price has to be assessed. The cost has to be assessed. There is a certain number of copies of those book monuments. Some unique book monuments are on the same shelf with other books. Unlike in other collections, they show up there dynamically. As soon as the book is assigned the register number, legally it has a different status and it has to be assessed separately. Accounting and the physical location of those books will keep changing, and that question, that issue has not been resolved by the legislation. So there are issues about the preservation of book monuments in libraries. All of those problems, they have to be discussed and resolved. They are not insurmountable. We know that every book monument has its own unique peculiarities, and it's very hard to put them into a generic system. So we are grateful to the librarians for their consultations, and we're open to dialogue with other libraries. All of the rare and valuable editions, they need special attention to their preservation. Our project shows its prospects, and all of the issues challenging right now would be resolved technically and legislatively quite soon. Thank you so much. Colleagues, are there any questions? Yeah, I have a question. So when it comes to accounting and separate preservation, are those issues being resolved, or they haven't been resolved yet? We are trying to resolve them. In spring, we were visited by an inspector from the Ministry of Education, and he told us that the book monuments have to be kept separately and assessed separately. What we are doing right now, we have a very valuable editions fund, and those books monuments are placed separately. So you have 708 registration entries. All of those copies are now taken away from the fund, or they're still kept where they used to be. We still have no place for them, the new place assigned for them. But we are doing some accounting manipulations to set a special entry for them. And there is a special accounting system. Then we'll get the next batch of book monuments. And once again, they will be accounted for separately. Well, I understand about the accounting. So will they be preserved separately? Look at that. All of the book monument program so is handled by the Russian State Library. So we have to approach the Russian State Library and resolve all of those issues together. I was asking that question, and the RGB, so they have a special program, retraining program on book monuments. I had to figure out how to work with the register. I also was participating in the round table. I was asking that question, and the experts indicated that this is not absolutely stiffly, rigidly prescribed. This requirement is outside of the law. The register is a register, so we shouldn't do any separate preservation of books. But the formulas of the law are very diluted. All of a sudden, the inspection shows up, and they claim that we must do something. Based on what we must? The law doesn't have any formula. There is a diluted formula over there, and it could be interpreted. Yeah, ensure the preservation. But those were the requirements for us. Thank you so much. That's the issue for our colleagues in the Russian State Library responsible for the program. Thank you so much. And I would like to invite Darya Ishenina from Arkhangelsk, the Center of Conservation of Documents and the preservation of rare editions from the regional library in Arkhangelsk. The scientific study and the preservation of a rare edition of the Book of Psalms, the second half of the 17th century. Good morning. My report will be dedicated to the rare edition of the Book of Psalms of the second half of the 17th century. 2 copies were discovered in Arkhangelsk region in the year 2012 and in the years 2012 and 2019. During the early 2000s, we started coordinating all of the book repositories of the countries and creating the regional centers on working with book monuments. We received a lot of claims that the Russian North is a huge repository of book monuments and other cultural treasures. Even though the process of studying them started long ago, the researchers keep finding various Cyrillic editions. Their discovery could fill in certain gaps in the history of book printing. It could refute some of the theoretical suggestions by the experts based on archival documents. Look at this. As I was looking at the archive of the book printing business, Irina discovered some in the book of Andrei Voznesensky that was published in the year 2010, dedicated to the variations of the printed editions of the Book of Psalms. This edition has never been mentioned, even though the accounted bibliographies of the Book of Psalms grew from 1958 to 59, known by the year 2010. So many editions were described by Voznesensky in the appendix to his book. The material in that appendix is chronologically placed, but when it comes to the edition of the Book of Psalms in 1654, we have the 1658 edition. The suggestion of Pozdeev that there is an edition of 1657 was commented like that. Talking about it as a real one should be very apprehensive. I mean, we are not really sure that it actually existed, because when the book was being published, not a single copy had been found. However, in 2012, the people from the Krasnogorsk Historic Memorial Museum of Local Lore brought a fragment of an identified edition of the Book of Psalms of the 17th century for one of the workshops in our library. By that time, Arkhangelsk region had already been involved in the general cataloging of book monuments of Arkhangelsk region, and the Dobrolubov Library was the center of that work, not the library itself, but the regional center of the conservation of documents and the preservation of book monuments under the auspices of our library. The experts of that center were not just involved in research activity in the field of our cultural monuments, but were providing methodical and help and providing consultations in that work. In the project, 18 museums of various types, 2 monastery libraries are involved in the project, and my slide explains everything. The Kinozero National Park the State Archive of the Archangelsk region and the Scientific Library, Lomonosov Library, to ensure that this work is more efficient, to minimize the attribution and identification errors. We were holding local conferences, and our library was visited by the experts like Irina Pazdeva, Alexandra Guseva, and other experts, and Yelena Yemelyanova were also visiting us. Unfortunately, I missed all of that because I started working in the library after that. During one of those events, that fragment of unidentified book of Psalms was brought from Krasnogorsk. When in 2013, the chief librarian of our conservation center traveled to the Krasnogorsk Museum, we discovered 3 more separately bound fragments. There were 4 fragments altogether. According to their typography, they were quite a good copy of a book of Psalms of the middle 17th century. That copy was not compatible with any of the catalog described editions. The chief private collectioner from Chelyabinsk contacted us. He owned a copy of the same book of Psalms, so we ended up with 2 copies of the same unknown edition, which we were trying to identify. This unknown edition was resembling the edition of the year 1654, but there were some differences. The Book of Psalms of 1654 is available in the fund of our Museum of Local Lore. We could not just look at the description in the catalog, we could also look at the copy itself. The next bibliographically known edition was quite different from what we have found. We had to look at that gap between 1654 and 1658. Those were the years of the Niconian reform, when he was improving the books. The edition of 1654 was the last edition within the frames of the pre-Niconian tradition, while the 1658 edition was already impacted by the Niconian reform. Even its appearance was different. There were very wide margins there, and even though the correctors were changing the text of the book, that did have an impact on the book's shape. As you know, on the Niconian copy was a long non-linear process. The main criterion was the comprehension of the text, but it turned out that just changing the words would not be sufficient, that more serious changes would be needed on the lexicographic level. To a certain extent, some discrepancies with the Greek books were taken care of, but quite often the vocabulary was being altered subjectively. Some constructions, some dark spots incompatible with the regular Church Slavonic. So the corrections were kind of chaotic, and when the next editions were were abolishing the changes, and the new changes once again sometimes were not replicated. Since the Book of Psalms was really important for the people of the 16th and the 17th century, the book was being used quite intensively. They kept republishing it. Actually, the Book of Psalms was sometimes published several times a year. And this edition all have their own typographic peculiarities. The edition that I'm talking about when it comes to the number of lines corresponded to the edition of 1654. Why? They were counting sheets and not pages, even though the printed editions of the Moscow printing yard, they were doing the pagination based on pages, not on sheets. And the text of our book has been improved, corrected, but not completely. The presence of custodes used inconsequentially, and the fact that the colon digit was not placed where it was supposed to be placed, because it was the apostle and the Book of Needs of 1654 puts the custodes in there. We were looking at the wariness of the board. First no defect, then a cut, then kind of a crack. And therefore, when comparing the Krasnoborsk and the Chelyabinsk copy of the still unknown Book of Psalms, and comparing those results with the information available in the catalogs, Galina Sidova came to a conclusion that the discovered damaged copies could be the edition of March 1656. It was in 2012-2014, but in 2015 an article was published, and then the research had been stopped. In 2019, as we were describing the library of Saint Antonius Monastery, we found one more copy of the Book of Psalms of the 17th century that was identical to the Krasnogorsk copy. Once again, we looked at the article of Galina Evgenievna and trying to make sure that the information there is correct. Since 2015, nothing had changed. The new archival information hadn't been published, and the new copies with some editions were never published. No damaged copies were being used by researchers. Probably the Book of Psalms of 1657 could be kept in the repository of the Urals University. The information of we had was wrong. They had the Book of Psalms published in 1663. So we couldn't figure out when that copy had been placed with the monastery, because most of the time those contributions of parishioners could be fixed in documents. So we decided to study the copy itself, trying to figure out its history inside the book itself. But we had to look to take care of its, to handle its preservation first, because the physical condition of the book leaves a lot to be desired. Our experts assessed it as satisfactory, and the slides show some details. The book block was deformed. You know, it was falling out of the cover. The cover itself was damaged. The corners of many sheets are worn out. There are cuts, burns through, stains of wax, and so on. The book was being actively used during a number of years. So there is an engraving of King David. There is an inscription made at the during the late 17th century. This book belongs to Grigory Yepishin, and that inscription is glued by a patch of blue paper of the 19th century. Some pages were replaced by the handwritten pages. The restorer of the 19th century actually decorated the sheets properly. There is like a printed heraldic shield, some ancient printed books, and the initials are placed in there. Some of them were taken from another book of the same type, while we couldn't figure out where the others belonged. This heading looks like some of the headings of the Moscow editions in the 18th century, but no precise coincidences. It's the home restoration that the owner was doing to ensure that he could use the book down the road. There are some book markings, registers, you know, glued on there. Maybe it could have been done in the 20th century. There is a late inscription of Jesus's prayer by ink. Both words are shortened, and this way of putting down the name of Christ was probably that Book of Psalms was kept by an old believer's family, and that's why it ended up here. This copy should be restored, both its pages and the sheets. We only cleaned the dust from there, and we placed it into the acid-free cardboard box. Comparing this C copy against the Krasnogorsk copy, we did some observation characterizing the process of printing itself. There are some discrepancies there. The black letters, if they are close to each other, they could be placed differently. Some of them could be printed evenly in one copy, but sometimes they wouldn't fit into a line. Sometimes they're at a standard distance from each other, or sometimes they overlap each other, or they're placed too far away from each other. There are plenty of examples of this kind, so maybe it's a matter of the printer's qualifications. During the mid-17th century, there was a problem of staffing the Moscow printing yard. The famine and the plague and poor harvest. So after 1654, there were only 25 employees out of 145. But the printed books was supposed to be the government task, and they kept attracting the people unfamiliar with the technology, trying to train them as they were working. There is a sheet number 136 from the Krasnogorsk and the C copy. There are three errors in print. First, there are the colon title is doubled in two colors, and the lines of two sums, they overlap, but there is no, the bottom part of the right page of the Krasnogorsk does not have a custard, but the C copy has that. It took printers, typesetters some time to figure out how to print the text. That one copy has the custard and another one doesn't have it. One more interesting examples of errors. Sheet number 2006, the back sheet in both copy. There is the custard has been whitened, was whitened out, but the whiting passed over the next page. But the same kind of word in the Krasnogorsk copy forced us to look more attentively. So the printer made an error, and that error was whitened out, and then it got dark. Today, the C and the Krasnogorsk copies of this rare edition have been accounted by the general electronic catalog of book monuments of the Arkhangelsk region. You know, they are placed into scientific circulation. We were talking about that on the portal Culture RF, speaking about the books of the Arkhangelsk North. And our main goal right now is to preserve those copies the way they used to look, so that the research could continue, and in spreading the word about them. And if there are more copies, if there is more information, they would be subject to the research. Thank you so much. It was a really deep research. But you, are there any questions? No questions? You represent the center, the Restoration and the Conservation Center and the preservation of the book monuments. We don't have the word restoration, just the conservation. So what is your main job? I study the book monuments. We have 2 sections in our center. It's a small one. 2 people are handling research, and 3 people work manually. Will you be restoring anything with these editions, or at this point, no? No, as our restorers do not have the qualifications to work with such books. Having financing to restore them, we don't have the funds, you know, we're just preserving them. Thank you so much. Right now, I'm happy to give the floor to Mr. Zubkov, the chief researcher of the Center of Rare Book and Collections with the Library of Foreign Literature, a copy of Ovidius Elegia from the Library of Afanasy Fet. The name is not quite precise. I would say it was, let me explain to you why. The Library of Foreign Literature, it's a rare book fund, has a volume from the collected works of Ovidius, published in Leipzig at the Teuber Publishing House, the most authoritative edition of classical authors. Volume 1, The Love Elegia, until the page 67, there are some clean sheets bound into the book with some ink notes, some comments for the Elegia. After page 22, the page 22 Roman digits, it is right in front of you. There are 2 pencil notes that you can look at. And then on page 1 of the main text, there is a pencil cross. So there is a list of literature about Ovidius, and the flyleaf has an ex libris. Unfortunately, you know, the pocket was torn off ex libris by Alexei Alsofiev. And then the flyleaf has a stamp of the Old Union Fund, showing the Alsofiev's library as a source, and a quote from Pushkin, handwritten quote. You are your own high court. You capable of assessing your own labor. Are you happy about it? You are authoritative artist. Let's get back to the front page. That's the copy on which Fet was working over the translation of Amor. So that copy was owned by Alexei Alsofiev, the cavalry general. Before that, Afanasy Fet had been the owner, who in 1892 still had the last name of Shinshin. The note was made by Alsofiev, which will be proven later The library of Al-Sufyev's estate near Zvenigorod was brought over to the book fund, and then our library took a videos book. Our library took a videos books from there. No other Al-Sufyev's books I have ever found in our electronic catalog or in our section as a whole. Probably a lot of people had already paid attention to the fact that it was owned by FED, so it probably was in the fund. It has been in the fund since 1974. So they decided to look at it closely. Count Alexei Al-Sufyev was not the usual guy. He was he became the cavalry general. At the same time, was a philologist, Latin specialist, and he started getting interested in Latin even before he retired. So he wrote a huge biography of Marc Aurel Marcianus. He published his opinion on Fed's translations of Juvenal, and they became friends. In addition to the interest to Roman poetry, they were both in cavalry. But Fed was 10 years older, and he had really nice recollections of his service. Juvenal's book was given by him to Al-Sufyev. Let me tell you a joke about that cave. Al-Sufyev was the guest of Fed in Vorobyovka, and the new memoirs of Fed was published at that time. Al-Sufyev said, you know, you would be talking about the authors, and I don't like that. But you were describing your military service. When Yakov Polonsky found out about that, he pointed out that it would be more interesting for him to learn new facts from the life of marshals rather than the breed of the horse of Julius Caesar. So when Fed started translating Metamorphoses by Avidius, and Fed's inscription on the book is obvious. So Nazon started writing in Russian, but Nazon would look. So this is the quote from Fed. So the poet thought that Al-Sufyev was his co-author, and he really appreciated his knowledge of the classical philology, due to which the translation was really devoid of various errors. He was also translating Elegia by Propertius and some other Latin letters. Then he started translating Avidius' Sorrows, even though Al-Sufyev asked Fed to give up working on this boring work. So when it comes to love elegia, he was really enthusiastic about that, and that translation was mentioned by Fed in his correspondence with KR, with Polonsky, and with Fed, and probably some others as well. But during Al-Sufyev's lifetime, he was not really aware to what extent the work was advanced. Fed was also translating Martial's epigrams. Fed died in 1892. Al-Sufyev had visited him right before the death, so he was the last person who spoke with the poet. He let the great Duke Constantine Constantinovich know about the poet's death, but the poet's widow gave the manuscript of the unfinished translation of the love elegies, 49 of them. So Al-Sufiev got the copy that is currently kept in our library. In 1894, Al-Sufiev wrote a letter to Konstantin Konstantinovich about his intention to republish the book, where the fifth translation would be completed with some additional translations. He asked that Konstantin Konstantinovich participated financially and as a translator, as he really loved Fed. He said that he hadn't had a good knowledge of Latin, and the Count asked Konstantin Konstantinovich to translate at least one elegia. He sent some of the elegies translated by Natalia Sologub. And he was sure that the professor Korsh and Vladimir Solovyov would be able to translate the other elegia. None of them decided to do the job, and Fed's translation has never been published, and then the manuscript was lost as well. So our copy is the only material evidence of Fed's last work. Fed was a graduate of the History and Philology department of the Moscow University. There were three major Russian poets, Fed, Blok, and Mandelstam. And at the end of his life, as he was working on translations from Latin, was one of his major jobs. The first Ovidius translations were published in 1863. I already mentioned the translations of Sorrows and Metamorphosis. How broad Fed's plans were. Fed was waiting for his death. He was almost blind and so on. But it's unclear for how many translations he was planning to make. He was actually trying to stab himself. He wasn't allowed to do that, and then he died. The last letter to Al-Sufiev 1 month before his death. So I would I would consider it happiness to get rid of my suffering as soon as possible. So it would be nice to think that it was actually Fed who made written notes on the book, but he was almost blind. He was impossible. You know, Sufiev brought some eye drops to him, but they didn't work any miracles. Well, it's unclear how he was writing poetry and how he was working on his translations in correspondence, but his secretary, Ekaterina Fedorova, was actively involved in that. Later, she became Kudryavtseva. For 6 years, she was his eyes, and she was the actual witness of his death. The notes were made by two different and very legible handwriting. One of them was written by Ekaterina Vladimirovna and then by Dara Petrovna Shemshina. Fed could have made the pencil notes. You can look at that. It's hard to say what the last name is. Page 11, in, some notes on Bern about phrases. Probably this is his handwriting, but the other notes were not handwritten by him. A good researcher would always be able to figure out some interesting details of his translation works. Thank you so much. Thank you for this wonderful presentation. Are there any questions? What is the physical condition of the copy? Not the best. The front cover of the binding is falling off. Some repair is necessary. That's why I'm not inviting to look at it physically, even though it is on my table right now. Let's move on. The next person will be Ekaterina Vorobyova, the chief researcher of the Archive and Manuscripts Department of the Theater Museum from the city of Moscow. Be a friend of my book business. This is the subtitle. Hello, dear colleagues. Thank you for the opportunity to take part in your reader representative assembly. My report will be dedicated to a short fragment of some documentary collection of the Archive and Manuscripts Department that has something to do with the book culture and the book collectioneering. In 1969, the funds of our museum received some materials from Nikolai Volkov. They were purchased from the window of the famous play right Daria Zerkalova. There are over 1,000 units in the fund, mostly manuscripts, some of his articles, some preparatory materials, some preparatory notes for ballets on some manuscripts about Meyerhold, Bloch, and Vakhtangov, and some preparatory materials about his theater evenings, and some unpublished books about how he was working for the ballet, as well as his correspondence. Among his correspondence was Lyubov Bloch. There are 42 letters in our font from 1932 to March 1939, about 83 pages, where quite a legible handwriting explains some ideas on collectioneering. There are some exchange requests, some joy on finding great books at the rare book shops, and so on. These letters could be viewed at our online resource on our museum with some comments, as well as in the state catalog. The whole correspondence is about all the correspondence is about book collectioneering. The book was not something passing for them. Volkov was quite a connoisseur of literature, and some of his friends were seeking his help in from him in searching for the books that they were interested in. Like he was asked to find some editions on the Persian history, its literature, and the dervish literature. Leonid Leonidov, who was Volkov's close friend when he was in Germany, he was asking Volkov to find the guide on Pushkin. He's talking about the edition published in 1931. So as part of the collected works of Pushkin, it was an appendix to the Niva magazine in 1931. Lots of people dealing with Volkov left some recollections of his wonderful library. The researcher from Penza, Mr. Tusin, wrote that Nikolai Dmitrievich started showing his library to me. All of the walls were full of books. The books were filling the entire apartment. They were in the bedroom and in the dining room and so on. My library is one of the best in the country when it comes to the theater status and the arts. The preparatory materials of Nikolai Volkov contain a lot of bibliography and the concise versions of works used by him to create the ballet librettos. He is the founder of choreography drama or the drama ballet, when the action of the ballet is part of some definitive work of art, like literary work of art. And Nikolai Volkov, who was really respected toward books, who had great skills of a bibliographer, he was creating bibliographical lists about an author of each work. Look at the notebook created by him as he started working on the ballet, the recollections of the old days based on Baratinsky's Gypsy, the Gypsy poem. One psychological issue about Volkov is a detailed story on how one of his acquaintances treated books. You can find that in some essays of his memoirs on theater parties. He loved books and he loved the library shelves. Vachtangov's students, Ruslanov's attitude to books was awesome. His fingers were getting tender. Leonidov is described by Volkov with a special feeling. He had served in the MHAT for 38 years, and Volkov is describing how he was creating his library. He's talking as a connoisseur, as he was a doing the collectioneering himself. He was trying to assess the rarity of various editions. He's talking about the sources of replenishing Leonidov's collection, and he was one of the replenishing sources. He gave a rare edition of the Demons by Dostoevsky to him, only 5,300 copies, but they were not published. There are only a few copies of this edition available. When it comes to Lyubov Blok, her bibliography interests depended on her love of the theater. She was a professional actress for quite a while. She was performing, and she was studying materials on the history of costumes. She was interested in the reproduction of the works of art. She was trying to learn the postures, to learn how to wear various costumes. Back in the 1930s, the period of that correspondence, we could talk about her developing her own methodology of researching the classical dance based on her rich collection. The author of one of the most recent books mentions that the author was talking about iconography, and she was trying to understand the ballet principles of the past using the iconography. The correspondence back in the 1930s for Volkov, it was the flourishing of his work. He is a theater critic. And he is also the author of a work about Vakhtangov, Blok, and a two-volume work on Meyerhold. In 1932, he becomes the libretto author with his ballet The Flame of Paris, and the premiere took place in the capital and throughout the whole country. He was writing his, creating his ballets. He also works in the drama theater, like Anna Karenina, for instance. He works on movies about Karl Marx, in fact, and a satirical comedy about the French Revolution of 1848. For Le Bloch, she started learning the theory of ballet art. Within 5 years, she did more than an art critic would do throughout his or her own life. Over 300 editions are mentioned in that correspondence. I must tell you that that correspondence turned into business really fast. Lyubov Bloch attached lists of desired books. If there was an agreement between two collectioners, the book was being sent while the payment was being transferred, and the copy was actually picked up by Volkov himself. Small editions were placed into envelopes. You know, it was a good method for ballet librettos. Most types of functioning of books between these two collectioners. One of those ways is the so-called limited order using the international book. The whole correspondence started was also Vsevolod Meyerhold also was involved in that correspondence because Lyubov Bloch asked him to order 7 editions that she needed for the history of ballet. Meyerhold did not respond to that letter. It is preserved in his fund in Raleigh, but he suggests that she addressed Nikolai Volkov, his biographer and friend, and in early 1932 they start corresponding actively, Lyubov Bloch and Mr. Dmitriev. The limited order, the exchange order, and the payment order, Volkov purchases the book of Emile Gabory, The Life and the Death of Gilles de Rais. It was an exchange about Lola Montes, the famous ballerina. One more venue of working with books between these two people was being acquainted. Volkov had visited St. Petersburg, Leningrad quite often, and she kept asking him to bring a book she was interested in. Here the slide shows the book of a French ballerina from the Antonin Meunier on the classical dance. Lyubov was working with Agrippina Vaganova on the textbook The Basics of Classical Dance, published in 1934 in Leningrad, and she really wanted to get acquainted with the similar editions. But upon getting acquainted with this book, she was quite tough on it. Lots of people were afraid of that book. Our book might be a failure, but it is quite different from what had been published before. So they only have a scheme, while our book allows you to start dancing right away. Judging by the pictures, all of her forms are quite naive. One more edition, Dressing the Epoch by Paul Poiret. You see the picture of the author and the cover page of the first edition of that book. Nikolai Volkov received a fellow collectioner. They kept consulting each other. Lyubov Bloch really appreciates the advice of Nikolai Volkov, and she keeps telling him about that. she calls him a friend of my book business and a friend of my collections quite often. She provides some consultations. The slide shows 3 of her letters, some bibliographical lists that Volkov was asking about concerning the Diaghilev seasons, a bibliography on Fanny Elsler, and iconography of Taglioni. So she uses the book of Nikolai Solovyov about Maria Taglioni. The collectioners keep exchanging their books. There are 9 occasions. The slide shows the letter of Lyubov Dmitrievna by Lyubov Blok with a list of librettos published by the St. Petersburg Imperial Theaters that she has and that she doesn't have. And those tiny white librettos, she's ready to give Volkov 2 old pictures of Lola Montes that I have already mentioned. So one of those pictures is a whole theme. The posture is typical for that stage. These 2 famous daguerreotypes of that ballerina. One more interesting exchange. Lyubov Blok was interested about Volkov's book published in Kostroma in 1891, a book about the mazurka dance. It's probably the edition described here. In exchange, she offers 2 sheets from the famous set of caricatures on the figures of Russian ballet. The Russian ballet in caricatures by Legat Brothers, published in 1902-1905 by the Progress Publishing House. Blok has 2 pages. Most of them were taken away. So the page of barber, trying to dance, is something that she offers to Volkov. Due to the trust, they were exchanging the copies without any accounting of their price. We don't take price into account. And the collectioners also buy books. Here is the copy purchased by Lyubov for Volkov. It's the edition of Gaston Vuillet, the historian of dance. He's also known as an illustrator, as a traveler. It's a history of dance all the way from ancient Egypt, the sources of folk dances. The Hachette Publishing House publishing that book had been founded in 1826. It was specialized on expensive sorts of paper editions. There are plenty of illustrations there, and 19 illustrations on separate sheets. Lyubov Blok also enjoyed bargaining sometimes. That bargaining was sometimes dedicated to this particular copy. This copy was published in 1794, the so-called Dancing Teacher by Kuskov. There are 5 tables of dancing figures. This is a very rare thing. There are only 2 copies in Leningrad. The prices are astronomical, but since they quoted the same amount, probably this is not an exaggeration. This is an illustrated Russian edition of the 18th century, and it's necessary for bibliophiles. And she wants to sell one of the duplications to Volkov. And finally, the last letter preserved in our museum the letter written in March 1939, Lyubov Blok thanks Volkov for the copy that she had acquired, the grammar of dancing art by Zorn. For the first time, Zorn receives this book, shows up in the list of desiderates for the first time in 1932. This is a German and Russian choreographer, Friedrich Albert or Albert Zorn. He had been born in Bavaria in the family of a dance master. He was actually willing to continue his family business, and then he ends up in Odessa in 1839 in Odessa. He created a school of dance in Odessa. It's not just the ballet studies, but also the swimming and gymnastics. The first edition of the book where Zorn writes down uses the sheet music to write down the dances. The first time it was published in Leipzig in 1877, and then in the Russian language in 1891 in Odessa. The correspondence of these two bibliophiles ends up with the death of Lyubov Blok in 1939. The last letter is summing up of her collection. As she received the copy by Zorn, now she has 203 editions in the Russian department, but I only needed 15. Still need 15. This is the nice end of her life. Thank you kindly for your attention. Thank you for this wonderful presentation. Thank you for participating in our conference. Are there any questions, colleagues? Let's move on to our next presentation by Olga Boldareva, candidate of historical sciences, chief of the Department of Preservation of Library Funds of the Russian State Library of Arts. She will be talking about the small circulation place. Hello, dear friends and listeners. The collection of our library contains a number of pieces, plays of different origin, and as many of them are potentially do have the potential for becoming book monuments, we have to look at the history of the origin, development, and the preservation of those documents. We will be talking about three types of circulation: lithographs, glassographs, and manuscripts. There are other types of circulation because but these three are prevalent. The lithographs, let me explain to you what it is. It has to be mentioned that a lithograph first appeared in 1806, and Johann Zennefelder had invented it, and the print form was the lithograph, a special stone that was sandblasted in a special way. It was a natural material in Germany, and that was when the first lithograph workshop appeared in Germany. It actually conquered the European editors right away, and they started spreading throughout Europe, in London, Paris, and Petersburg. If we are talking about the types of editions compatible with that print, we are talking about some geographical maps, postal cards, some advertisement, and book sheets. Russian citizens, Pavel Schelling, of German origin, a very, very universal person. He was a famous engineer, and he actually invented electromagnetic telegraph. He was also a diplomat, and he brought the lithographs to Russia. He opened a small workshop in Moscow to print the documents and the maps. He was also an Oriental scholar and a traveler. And he published the first lithograph book in Russia, the poem of Pushkin's uncle, about the dangerous neighbor that you see on the screen. After that, the lithograph became an inseparable part of the Russian publishing. You are looking at the famous publisher Sitin. He really enjoyed the lithographs. He started with lithography, but when it came to profit, he did realize that he cannot be altruistic forever. As he was involved with inexpensive projects for the people, when he was editing the Russian and the foreign classics and the calendars, he realized that, but as he was together with Mikhail Mikishin, he was doing the wooden copies. They were not being sold very well, the Lubox. The lithography was not really the major part of his job. Russia experienced the explosion of theatrical arts both in the capitals and in the provinces, and the theaters needed a lot of plays, a lot of pieces. The existing repertoire was not sufficient, and major editions did not want to take care of that. They had to make something up, and the theatrical community started doing some theatrical editions for the Russian theaters and for various other sites, and lithography was really convenient for that. It wasn't expensive. It was being printed really fast. It could be given out to each participant of a performance without ruining the lithograph. And the researcher from St. Petersburg, Korolov, back in the 1990s, wrote a book on theatrical, on the books on the theater. They really hit the point because lithography was ideal for those conditions. And in Russia, there were several dozens theatrical libraries. They were not real libraries. They were some comprehensive organizations involved in giving out the plays. They provided them, they charged for them, they would exchange them. There is a list of the most popular theater libraries. Some of them were just printing plays, some of them were just purchasing them. Quite often those libraries were being shut down or were going bankrupt, and then they ended up with several stamps and tags. Out of this people, let's look at 2 copies of the people who died. This is the lithograph by Maria Sokolova or Peter Sokolov-Jamson. The most famous of them was Roman Vechel. Some memoirs mention the fact that he was not just a theater librarian. He was also a theatrical entrepreneur, and the dacha enterprise near Moscow was connected to his name intricately. Vechel was the first centralized entrepreneur spreading the theatrical plays in Russia. the family couple of the Rasokhins, Sergei and Yelizaveta. There are lots of memoirs about them because, first of all, they were thinking about their profits. They were quite greedy and entrepreneurial. They were owning enterprises in several cities of Russia. They were intermediaries between actors and the theater owners. And in in Dostoevsky's letter to his wife, there is Rasokhin was mentioned as a non-paying entity. The same way about Yelizaveta Rasokhina. You probably know this building of the Museum of Personal Collections. For 20 years, it hosted the theatrical library of the Rasokhins. There was also a separate building on Tverskaya. After the revolution, all of those libraries were nationalized, and part of their funds were appropriated by the cultural collection of the Soviet Union. The current Russian libraries and the Theatrical Museum of Bakhrushin and in our library we currently host a lot of lithographed plays from those libraries. As those plays, they are Rasokhin's products. As there are many of plays during the early 2000s. We decided to create a collection of lithographed plays in view of selecting the rarest copies from that collection, create a special fund, and it is now owned by the Fund of Rare Books and the Book Monuments. About 6,000 plays are part of that collection at this point. The author of that collection was Abram Ilyich Riblat. He made up this collection, currently accessible to our users. It was published in 2016. If we are talking about what those documents look like, about how they were being preserved until now, we should look at the covers. Just see, there is a sample of the owners' covers created by the owners of theatrical libraries. There is a document printed with a print on the front page. The covers always, the bindings always have an ex libris on the top of the library that owned that copy. They were ordered in printing houses, and the tags were placed by hand. Some information about the author of the play or the title of the play. Those were compound bindings using very inexpensive materials like cardboard. The notebooks were sewn through by the threads, while the spines were also put together by calico. If we're talking about the rest of them, the tags were repeated on the fly leaves and then fixed on the title page, because the issue of the ownership was really important for theatrical entrepreneurs. So what would a lithographed title page look like? It looked almost the same. They didn't care about the edition here, but when exactly it was allowed by the censorship to be performed. So, and then came the title of the play, then the owner of the lithograph coming from the Rasokhin's or Nakokin's library. Quite often
there were stamps and exlibrisses of these libraries. There is Nabokin's exlibris here. If we look at the book block, unfortunately, the paper was very inexpensive. It could be mechanically and chemically damaged. There were cuts of the block, some losses and breakages of the block, as well as the pages cuts, some bends, huge stains of chemical origin. Of course, they damage the preservation of this fund of lithograph plays. When it comes to the text itself, it's very distinct and precise, and after so many years, we could say that the text has been preserved, while the notes of entrepreneurs and film directors were made by regular or color pencils. They fade away and sometimes just disappear. Here you can look at the inscriptions of the performance director. See, some of them were crossed out. I would like to tell you that not all of the lithographed plays in one would be some plays were not turned into lithographs. People could not afford that, sometimes because of the censorship. Sometimes they were just manuscripts. When it comes to censorship, we know the vow of intelligence. That book was only published in fragments. When it comes to those plays as manuscripts, there was a variant. If the play was already published, but there were no enough copies, it could be rewritten, or it could remain a manuscript. When the author would bring it to the theater, it was unclear how popular it would be, then the play would simply be rewritten, like in 5 copies, with just 1 copy for the play director, for the stage director, I'm sorry. We are talking about an interesting copy from our fund. A few years ago, one of the sections of our fund where we keep the books that haven't been attributed yet, we found a book block comprised of manuscripted and lithographed sheets. Those were the lectures of a popular professor at the end of the 19th century, Nikolai Stashin. He was teaching a course on Shakespearean studies, on decorative arts and the history of arts, and his lectures were so loved by his students that they kept copying those lectures. And at some point they were lithographed, and we found this mixed edition of both a lithograph and the manuscript. See, there is a stamp there, and it ended up in our fund. That copy was really in bad condition. We tried to have it restored. We had to add a lot of paper. Basically, we had to do the exa cover to emphasize the importance of this book block, and we keep using it at our expositions. And we are talking about the correlation between lithographs and the manuscripts. If we are talking about the manuscripts, this is what it looked like. I will move over to those bindings and then talk about the manuscript. I was talking about 3 types of bindings. Closer to me is the pre-revolutionary binding. It looks like a lithographed play, and you could already compare them. This is decorative paper, inexpensive materials. On the left, you see a handwritten play of 1927, written by Bulgakov, typewritten. It's back running. He was trying to have it staged in the theater. It was prohibited, unfortunately. And in the center, there is a binding of the great patriotic wartime. The clearly cut. So you only have 1 minute. Let me wrap up, since I have a lot of material and it's hard to cover everything in just one presentation. Let me talk about title pages first. They look almost like lithographed pages, but there are seals from the committee on the print media censoring those plays. Without the censors' signatures, those plays could not have been staged. See the play to make sure that the actors didn't read immoral pages. Some of those pages were isolated by the nail, were nailed down. Lots of text has faded here. The manuscripted plays sometimes have typewritten copies when the plays were being typed of up to 10 copies using the calc. That is really bad for us, as the text has a lot of halos, and the halos, you know, eat up the text. So here you see the title page of Bulgakov's play with Glaflit's permission in 1954. One more bad example of the Soviet restoration. They were simply cutting off the blocks, and the text was getting lost. When it comes to glassographs, so it could be up to 500 copies, and there is a copy. This is the damaged glassograph. Some of the text is lost because it is on the back side of the page. This is what we can do to preserve those small circulation plays. First of all, we have to figure out the level of destruction and damage. And as we are looking at our database on the preservation of a copy, we are reflecting all of the peculiarities and exlibrisses. This is the second page of the play that you saw. This is the play by Dmitry Lensky. This is the last variant of for a book study researcher. So you cannot probably see this chart. We fear that it's a pioneer chart. We created it to figure out how to attribute the plays, as it is complicated. It creates complications even among our people. We decided to break down those plays using some typewritten plays that we have not really been looking at today. If some of our colleagues come up with any offers or suggestions about this chart, we'll make sure to take them into consideration. My email is right there. You could also call me. Call me at the library. My phone number is available on the website of our library if there are any offers or suggestions as to how attribute this type of editions. Thank you so much. I think the colleagues will be responding to your appeal. And our last presentation today, the floor is given to Anna Markova, the chief bibliographer from the Pushkin Museum in Moscow. Decorative element techniques on General Yermolov's book bindings. Hello, dear colleagues, those who are in the hall and those who are just listening to us. Could you open your presentation? Yeah, let's wait. So can you do the introduction while the presentation is getting downloaded? Let me start telling about the collection of General Yermolov. He is the hero of the War of 1812, the famous commander who was collecting his personal library all his life. Toward the end of his life, he had over 8,000 books, mostly in French, as well as in Russian, Italian, English, and German. Yermolov was collecting the books during his military service, but he could also start doing that wholeheartedly after his retirement, when he started using all his energy to working with his books. It was a real work. He didn't have his own librarian to work with his collection. He was purchasing the books and ordered the books himself using various sources based on the French methods of systematic approach. He also created a methodology of both separately French books and Russian books. Since 1855, all this personal collection has been preserved in the scientific library of the Moscow University Library. The general had sold his collection to the library, so he had to part with his books, and because he wanted to leave something to his sons, he couldn't read himself, you know, he had a problem reading, so people were reading books loudly to him. Until the year 2005, that book collection was a true jewel of the Moscow University. It was placed in the main hall of the Moscow University on Makhovaya, and then it was transferred to the repository on the same street. For some time, I was working at the department of rare books and manuscripts in that library, and I was doing the cataloging of those books. A few staff people were involved in doing that, and my attention was drawn to a peculiarity of this collection that you see on this particular slide. Unusual book binding, so impressive for all of the guests, whoever saw those books, and the people who saw those books in the main hall on Makhovaya. We decided to handle these issues and start doing the research of Yermolov's bindings. I was involved in doing that for a few years, and to understand the context in which Yermolov was operating, I was doing the research, the literary research on the Russian book binding in the 19th century, and for a few years I was working with the fund of the Russian book to ensure on how typical or not typical Yermolov's book bindings were for his time. Before we started doing the research, we thought that Yermolov had been binding his books himself, as there were a lot of memoirs. Using the archive documents, that was asserted. Yermolov actually learned how to do the bookbinding from Nikolai Khitrov, from the most important bookbinder in Moscow. And upon his retirement, he started doing that even more often. First, he started doing cases for cards, and then he starts doing the bindings. All of that is described in my book dedicated to the book bindings of General Yermolov. I picked up 68 bindings from his collection, and I figured out that over more than half of books out of 8,000 were actually bound in his own workshop. I don't want to talk about all of the methods of identifying those copies. It was a technological analysis of what those books were like. Some restorers, Ivan Peskov and Nadezhda Maslenikova, were helping me with that. I was also analyzing the book bindings stylistically. I also included the print stamps on the spines that allow us to attribute them to Yermolov's workshop. We could further identify or at least date the Russian book bindings of the same time. The general did not bind everything himself because he had thousands of books. He found a bookbinder, Ivan Osipov, who had found him in the city of Orel, where he lived after his retirement. Then, as he moves near Moscow, that bookbinder continues to work for him, and he is even mentioned in his last will. I'm talking about some aspects of decorations that are typical for those times, that are really, some of them are rare and some are unique. I would like to share what I'm talking about. Please look through the typical techniques of decorations and then move over to the unique ones. So what does Yermolov and his bookbinder use? Monotonous dyeing, goat leather, calf leather, sheep leather, as well as calico. The use of marble paper. He has typical the toning of calf leather to look like marble. So they were working with the dyes not in the cuvette, but right on top of the leather. It was quite a revelation for me to learn that during the first quarter of the 19th century, the French would refer to any stone as marbles. So every time when we are toning about the marble, we do not deal with the marble. The typical technique was the golden print, the blind or the blind print, and it was at that period that Yermolov's and other covers have the technique of making black lines manually using a special kind of dye. The imitation of bandages is done manually. If you look at them, you could see the relief, the dye relief on top of the leather. Some rare techniques used by Yermolov that sometimes can some black print. The black print was it's not a color foil, but the tool is held over the fire, and whatever layer is left stays on the stamp, and then you make a copy, a very thin print. There is a spine where this kind of print is used, and sometimes if there are manual black lines, there is a lot of relief and a very thin, very super thin layer of the black print. Very rarely silver print is used because it often picks up black color. Yermolov also and his binder also developed unique techniques of the spine decor. The first technique is using the toned calf leather. This kind of leather is known in Europe, but it was being used up to the 18th century. For the 19th century, it wasn't really typical, or they were so rare that they cannot be found in any databases, and the European experts cannot say anything about that. Yermolov tones the calf leather in many hues. Here it is beige, for instance. Some spines have the toned Leica. We thought that the spines were made of paper, but upon consulting a lot of bookbinders and restorers, we decided that it's obvious that it is calf leather, and it was even more difficult with Leica, but we didn't identify it. The spine was made from the toned calf leather, while the cover is covered with a toned Leica. One of the peculiarities of Yermolov's decor was not just the color, but also lots of stamps on spines. Over 160 tools were used to produce that decor. Look at this example. There are 3 spines here. All of them were made of the colored calf leather. Only one stamp is used for those. He's placed at the bottom and on the top in black. On the yellow one, it's only imprinted on top. And the blue one, this luxury of spines and the lack of precise proportions is explained by the fact that back in those days, Yermolov and other bookbinders no longer use the convex sewing, but most of the time they would they would try to make it even while doing the sewing, to come up with an even spine to make sure that nothing restricts the fantasy of the master. The title is still where it had always been traditionally. First, we were trying to divide everything into segments, but then we lost track of those segments, and we would simply say that the title was put on top, in the middle, or at the bottom. Let's look at the print, the stamp made on the yellow spine. It's not just printed with a paint, but it's also painted. See how different the prints look here. The vertical stamp is with a diamond in the middle and a small net made of several crosses used on these three spines. The pink, the yellow, and the blue at the very bottom. Let's see what they look like on this picture. Other stamps, they are there is they are dyed above it. I was already talking about black dyes above the dark prints. Let's talk about that in more detail. We were already talking about unusual materials and the combining of decor with the stamps, and then let's move over to the method of toning the decor, a characteristic of just Yermolov and only Yermolov. There are two types of manual painting. On top of black printing and the manual having the black print above the dyes above the paint. Here we have the prints using the same stamp. See, there is the name of the volume, number 1. The spine is made of violet calf leather. Let's look at larger pictures. When we do the dyeing above the print, the pigment, painting doesn't look distinct enough. If there is a manual dyeing underneath the golden print, it is longer. First, the master has to heat the sides to be painted over, to have them ground, and the stamp is used to do the prints to make sure that everything coincides. So the drawing of the stamp is shown really well. Nothing is. So we have the beginning of the next session at 12, and it's we only have 4 minutes. And the last type of using the color on these spines is the golden prints on color paper. So what is typical for the epoch? The so-called leather mosaic, or the application of color leather on top of the other leather. So this small binding shows the combination of techniques. The black lines are hand-drawn by the red and black paint, and then the golden print above the paint, and the golden print above the blue letter. So where did Yermolov learn all of this? There is a French textbook published in 1835 on bookbinding, and Yermolov's fund have some handwritten materials where Yermolov was translating some passages from that textbook. There is some meditation on how to combine the decor from several stamps, but nothing is said about how they should be toned underneath or above the stamps. So we can state that this original technique was authored by Yermolov and his binder. Thank you so much for your presentation. Could your book be purchased? Yes, it is available. What should we do? We have only 2 minutes for coffee. Do we have them? We have yesterday's report, so please. So we will have Muratova's report from Belarus, and then we'll have a coffee break for 15 minutes. Thank you so much. Let's turn Muratova off, on.
сожалению, сейчас подключение у нас не случилось.
Unfortunately, we were unable to get hooked up, so we were just looking at the video of Diana Muratova, the chief of the Documents Conservation and Preservation of the National Library of the Republic of Belarus. She was talking about the So at this point we have a coffee break for 15 minutes. We will get together at 12:30. Some logistical issues we will go on reporting at the speed as we have.
Уважаемые коллеги, мы
Dear
продолжаем.
colleagues, let's continue our session. Right now, we're going to have a report of Ekaterina Ivanovskaya, candidate of historical sciences, chief of the department of the main fund with the library of Tomsk State University, on the periodicals and the special types at the scientific library of the Tomsk State University. Hello. Let me turn my presentation on to be able to start right away. Hello, dear colleagues. Before starting my report, I would like to congratulate the Library of Foreign Literature on its 100th anniversary and wish you the best of prosperity and further collaboration with you. All the very best. And I will start now, not to, to keep the time. Our library plays an important role in the development of education and research and activities, not just of our university, but of the whole West Siberian region. Our fund is really rich with documents, and the traditional funds, even though we now have lots of e-resources, the traditional funds still play a significant role in our research activities. Our department was founded in 1938. However, our funds had come about much earlier, since the times when Emperor Alexander II issued a decree on starting the Tomsk University. This is when our fund had started to come about. The most valuable documents are now part of the rare books department. If we now discover something new, we would still channel it into the rare books fund, but we still have over 3 million units in the main fund, starting from the 18th century. So our fund covers almost 8,000 square meters space, located in on 13 floors. Most of our documents are books, and we have always paid the most attention to it, as well, recently, until very recently, recently we have started paying a lot of attention not to just books, as not just the books are really valuable from the culture and education standpoint, but we started paying more attention to other types of documents. When the documents were coming to our library, they were not divided into any funds. They were just inventoried. At the beginning of the 20th century, we started separating the newspapers and magazines, and since about 1920s, we started separating other types of documents on cards, sheet music, and stamps. Lately, we have been paying a lot of attention to the preservation issues, and in 2007, 2012, we did a great job of physically monitoring the fund we have. But let me tell you something. We are talking just about the book fund. We were looking at each 20th book, and our restorers came up with a chart giving us a chance to determine what to do with each particular document in the future. And quite a number of documents were phased out for small repairs and restoration. We have been working on these documents. Some of them we've been trying to do the phased conservation, some small repair. Our restorers are teaching our staff people on how to work on small repairs and what restoration operations we could do with a book fund. Unfortunately, all of that does not really apply to our periodicals fund of special types for quite a while. I wouldn't say that it was the documents were in the sorry state, but they were in less demand. So we paid more attention to the magazines, as to a certain extent they are similar to books, and we didn't have to do anything with them. So we were handing them like they were books. But with magazines, we cannot bind them. There is a rule, there is a house rule not to bind anything older than the 1920. We could only hold them in containers. And that's why the magazines are still holding the line to get conserved and keep, but the problem is much simpler, as they look like classical books and they are not really complicated. Unlike documents such as newspapers, we started working with them during the early 2000s, and we have a great collection of Siberian and Far Eastern newspapers, which is a unique source for different types of research. And the researchers, not from just Siberia, but from other countries, did come to us to work with those documents. They're very old, very much worn out. It's very hard to provide them to readers. So we made a decision to digitize them, and upon the digitization, so most of those documents are sewn out. They are conserved by our restorers. Once we started digitizing them in phases, the restorers were making regular containers for them, like a box. And on the right, where you see section 5, it's the collection of the Tomsk diocese news. They were in tiny format, they were mostly bound, and there were no complications about them. Where it did get difficult was with the standard newspapers. However, our restorers, within half a year, maybe a little longer, were making experiments with them and came up with a very interesting container for our newspapers there on the left. And you can look at quite interesting units with a very hard spine. So it's really good for the bottom container because it's under the burden, under the weight. Our restorers came up with a folder, so that allows us, on the one hand, to place our sewn out newspaper after they were digitized, and make something like a folder to make the keeping and the opening easier. So when it came to special types of documents, the maps and the sheet music and the stamps, if we are talking about their general condition, all these types are not in the same, do not have the same status, so to speak. Let's start with a collection. Well, we started working with collections in 2016 when we received for the placement of our collection of stamps some new racks, really convenient for placing large format editions. And then we started to do the planned accounting for the physical condition of document. Since 2016, we've been checking all these documents. First, we started checking the maps and then the sheet music. And then in 2019, 2020, we finished checking the stamps. And in connection with that, we started doing some work. If we're talking about maps, at a point when we started accounting for them, they were they were in sad state of affairs, so to speak, because they were housed in a new building with stationary racks welded to the ceiling, and it's impossible for us to change those racks to something more convenient. And those maps are of different formats, coming from different times, and they were placed very inconveniently. We were trying to come up with some folders. We invited some restorers, Marina, who is the restoration director, and we came to a conclusion that the containers invented by them for newspapers would really fit our maps. And since about 2017, we have started checking, continuing our work on improving the condition of our fund and cleaning out the dust, making up the database and sending it to for the phase conservation and binding. It wasn't fast enough because it takes a while to clean the map, and we do that ourselves, the main fund staff people, while the binders make up special containers for us, just like for the newspapers. It was a great decision. And in addition to that, the racks where they are kept, well, they're not good for us. So we found the new racks and the location where we hold newspapers. There are lots of wide racks there where we are moving all of that stuff. The newspapers in new containers are moving over to better to a better repository. As we still don't have enough time and opportunity, we still work on the phase conservation of newspapers and maps. And at this point, we are discussing what we need to do with our sheet music and stamps collection. We finished to do the inventory and the counting of them, and we have some new racks set up for us in 2016, but due to different formats and some peculiarities, they're not still housed the way they should be. There are postal cards, pictures, some sheets, and we need some specific conditions of phase conservation and restoration for them. When it comes to sheet music, so it's time for us to wrap up. This is my last slide. When it comes to sheet music, it's a little bit easier. There are some old containers, but we have to think about what to do with them. My report is over. Everything we do to preserve and transfer it to our researchers. We don't do that for just this preservation. We're trying to digitize the most valuable ones and place them on our in our e-library. Thank you so much. If there are any questions, you see the contact information, and that report will be placed in the collected works of this conference. Thank you so much. Our next report will be made by the Svetlana Gavrilenko from the Novosibirsk regional library, the experience and the prospects for. Thank you. Great library. Congratulations on the great anniversary. May our cooperation be fruitful, and I hope my report is going to be interesting. Colleagues. So the activities of the Novosibirsk State Regional Scientific Library was already covered on the first day by Svetlana Tarasova, our library director, and Natalia Richtereva, our science secretary. Our work was covered really well. It received a lot of warm words, so I would like to cover more the following subject about how we do the conservation and restoration of funds in the sector of preservation of the main fund of our library. Initially, the sector of the preservation of funds, just like in most regional libraries, it used to be referred to as the sector of hygiene and restoration. It was created in 1979. Back in those days, the goal was to ensure the system of quarantine and prevention, prevent the damage due to the lack of knowledge or negligence. And a library should ensure the staff and some areas. It's hard to say to what extent the 70s and the 80s saw that those operations getting developed as the sector got by the year 2000 having just a bookbinder who was working as a part-time restorer, mostly from home. Starting from the year 2007, the library was doing a good job trying to do the documentation. And as you have already heard, we were assigned the status of the regional center on working with the book monuments. We have the collection of Kolyvano-Voskresensk factories as our core fund, and the level of preservation of that fund really required a lot of interference. Some of the colleagues earlier from regional centers were talking about who were capable of training the staff people or starting from the scratch. They were able to get both the staff and the equipment. Well, I must tell you that unfortunately we are lagging behind in that regard, as late as the year 2009-2010, 2 staff people of the main fund employees were trained on the management of the fund's preservation, and that was the turning point. The work of our sector was no longer chaotic, but it became more or less systematic. The sector received not just 2 qualified staff people, and it's today's name, the preservation sector. The sector chief, the first category, the first grade librarian, the binder, and the restorer. The area was very small without any running water press and a binding machine named Lotus. The binding materials were minimum. In spite of those challenges and due to the quality training and the desire, willingness to work, the operations of our department got really active. We are monitoring the damaged editions, including some documents from the Kolyvano-Voskresensk factories, and the most valuable part of the main work. So in the year 2013, the Ministry of Culture of our region purchased the distillator, the machine, some equipment used to control the environment, and some other types of equipment. The administration provided more space for us compared to the past, and we are doing the reconstruction. We have the sewage and the running water. We changed the wiring, the equipment. So we did the quality management system. At the same time, we introduced it, and we started preparing all of the documents for all the processes, the working and technological instructions and the maps. All of that was getting developed. In addition to that, our sector, our department rather, was getting reorganized. We have the new boss. One of the professional graduates of opt became our chief. And our fund, even though we don't have space at all, the funds were reorganized and rearranged. And as we were moving the funds, we keep finding the damaged editions. And in the year 2013, without even having time to get reopened and start working, we were really buried under a huge flow of documents that needed repair. Within a year, we received over 1,600 documents, and 200 of them were covered with mold. It doesn't mean that they were placed in front of us. They were kept in a special area under the paper. With 2.5 staff people, it was impossible to do anything. So we were asking for one more person. In 2014, we added one more staff person, and we now have a system of duties distribution, just like my Chelyabinsk colleague mentioned. Each person was supposed to do what she could, and we have to work efficiently, as there were very few of us. In 2013, 2014, the library didn't have any opportunity to send our staff person to get training, so we ourselves were looking for any opportunity to learn something. And GP&T Besara actually prepared a short-term internship at fall 2014, and that internship helped us not to get rid of unprofessionalism, because some of us were scared to death to approach some documents, as we cannot place everything into containers. We need some restoration equipment, for instance, the restoration table, like, so why not get trained? There was enough willingness, we were being helped, and there was no prohibition anymore. My colleagues pointed out that when we were told that when we work with the reversible materials, everything can get repaired. So we got relieved, and people started working with less worries. So talking about the documents in our fund, this is our first internship. We have a great tradition of going to school at fall. We would always find some training and participate in it. Later, it moved over to spring. The Hermitage Restoration School, I was lucky to go there in 2017, and it was really important for our professional growth was the creation of the International Restoration School. It was there that I got a chance to meet some of the people sitting here who are our mentors at this point. Let's get back a little bit. The fact that today we are giving a chance by modern technologies to talk to our mentors, to talk to our colleagues, ask questions, and receive methodical help if there are some skills, and if there is responsibility of a person for a document he or she is working with, we could resolve plenty of issues remotely, but not a single online event cannot replace direct interaction. See, look at our hot tempers. Look at the first day when one of our colleagues was almost crying as we want somebody to share our emotions and our responsibilities for what's going on. And the system of internships helps us to resolve that. In 2015, I traveled to St. Petersburg for an internship with one of the documents of the Department of Rare and Valuable Books, because they initiated our movement toward restoration, as there are plenty of books requiring interference. It's impossible to pack up everything, and Stanislav Yermolenko wondered if we could partially move the conservation plan toward restoration. He said 100. So we came to a conclusion that 100. We're not talking about the book monuments of the federal significance that are rustled because they're so old. We decided that we could do certain things. We could restore certain things, such as maps of the regions, of the West Siberia. We restored 39 maps. I won't be talking too much about the details of the processes. They will be covered in different speeches. When you listen to really good connoisseurs and you realize that you did a good job, you realize that you did the right job. Sorry, but you have to finish, to wrap up. This is a piece of great luck. This is a long internship at the State Library. Olga Shnegina, who is now about to get certified, and we will be making up documents. And right now I would like to briefly talk about our first steps. Tatiana's miniature would be nice for us back in those days, but it was long ago. And this is the Bible from a private collection, the Book of Psalms from the Mashkova Museum of Local Lore. So the museum chief takes the document home. This comes from the funds of the same museum. This is the problem that we are about to resolve all together. Huge amount of documentation is in this condition. We cannot hold all of them in containers. It's not very simple, even if we are really careful about that. Quite often, the digitization plans include those books. So before the books are digitized, we have to work with the Rare and Valuable Books department. We discuss the digitization plans for them to decide which books should never be digitized. And we give the priority to preserve our unique funds. I'm looking at the exhibit of our interactive museum, and I was preparing those books. So 2 more minutes about a huge contribution to digitization and the presentation of our best funds electronically. It's a collection of satirical magazines. We digitized over 100 of them. 60 of them required some restoration, but 20 were really ruined. The internship for 20 hours on restoring the ruined paper was really necessary for us, and the work done with them was really good. And this is the last work of the Department of Rare and Valuable Book. Some of the books were digitized for the anniversary of the Trans-Siberian Road. Unfortunately, we do not have the damaged document right now, and the remote opportunity of talking to one's mentor remotely allowed us to use the scientific approach to restore this document. Thank you so much. It was really interesting to hear that you have not stopped. We look forward to your achievements next year. Thank you so much. There will be some changes in our program. We're going to have 2 reports dedicated to the preparation of engravings for exhibits. The first one of them will be done by Irina Melechova, the workshop of the by Irina Melechova, the chief of the workshop. Let's turn the presentation on. Hello, dear colleagues. Nice to welcome you here in this hall, and I would like to first congratulate the colleagues from the Library of Foreign Literature on the anniversary event. Your community has always been very magnifying for all speakers. So in spring and in summer this year in Vienna, we had the Albrecht Dürer exhibit. Well, why would Italy hold Dürer to that extent? The revenue was from selling those sheets, was handled by Dürer's wife. He was well known not just in Germany, but outside of Germany. So why were you given this passe-partout? This is the training materials, 2 types of setting that I will be talking about. And this passe-partout will be covering both videos to compare the 2 types. Let's get back to the historical information. Dürer's work were copied legally and illegally, which increased his fame. But on the other hand, he was damaged financially because of the copyright violations. He was trying to achieve some justice through the court against the court trial against the Dürer went to Venice and takes a whole cart of his works there to sue the Italian pirates. He gets some engravings to cover his expenses. He wasn't compensated by the Venetian court, but they came to an agreement that the Italian copiers would be precluded from receiving his engravings. At the end of March of this year, the boxes of his engravings from the Pinacoteca of Tozio Martinengo in Brescia arrived arrived in the historical museum, the pandemic and the absence of curator from Italy, we were invited as restorers to unpack, to make sure that the travel was okay. The passe-partout with engravings was taken away from the box and transferred to the restorer for the inspection and for the description of its preservation by our accounting department. The curator of the exhibit over the Zoom would demonstrate to the Italians that everything was okay. You could look at how things were getting done. We hadn't had that experience before, and I really wanted to cover it a little bit. The works were taken out of the box. We were setting them into frames, and at that point we could look at the faces and the backs and look at the way they were getting set up when we're demonstrating the work wholesomely with an open edge. You're probably aware of the fact that the most vulnerable place of any sheet are the edges. All of the Brescian engravings came to us with some cut margins. When it is inside the book, sometimes the picture is just cut off before the new book binding. When the sheets are put into the frame, sometimes those sheets are once again processed like that. They are getting cut like that. If we are talking about private collections, the setting up for the hard base. This is a traditional way of setting up. We were well aware of that method. So one of the sheets was put on the base, fixed on 4 corners. You can open the passe-partout, look at the turning of the engraving. This is the whole idea. This is what we had to do with Dürer's originals. It was quite interesting, and I reproduced that here. The second setup strategy was using the margins from Japanese paper. The margins are put upon the item. The width of those margins is up to 4 to 5 centimeters. So I lost the sequence a little bit. What you look at the screen, what you see on the screen, it's a picture from the apocalypse and the backside on the second slide. It's fixed on 4 sides on the special by the special fixture to the margins. So the picture itself is really rigidly fixed. This is the night of the death of the devil. These are the widened margins with the use of the Japanese paper. Do not get embarrassed about the fact that it's getting uneven a little bit. You can see here that the onslaught of the Japanese paper onto the engraving is no more than 1 or 2 centimeters, and you see the same thing on the right. As the exhibit was continuing, and we kept monitoring the preservation level of the engravings as they were getting shown. We kept traveling to the historical museum. In addition to analyzing the temperature and the humidity being done automatically, we also did personal inspections. We were responsible for the preservation of the exhibits. As the exhibit had a lot of attendees, the flow of attendees brings about the change of the temperature and the humidity. The more people, the more they keep changing. And the exhibit itself was extended. And here we look, we can follow up on how the condition of engravings changed. after they were getting displayed during. As an example, I took a sheet C at Saint Jeronym in his cell. The margins are uneven. Some of the sheets got separated from their base. It's just a slight broadening of the material, expansion of the material, and the sheets are still fixed on all four edges. Where we have the widened margins, the margins are uneven, but the sheets themselves are fixed on four sides. When the linear size changes by a millimeter, they still are suspended from the base. They are fixed by the passé partout, and nothing happens to them. From the point of view of their preservation, this setup technique with widened margins is better than the setup on four corners of the work of art. This is the conclusion that any restorer could do. Here, I took a picture of how we set up the paper medallion. Well, it's curious what our colleagues from Brescia were doing that. As we were finishing the display, we were able to turn over the works as we were wrapping them in the cigarette paper. We were present at the end of the exhibit. Before the transportation of the works of art are placed into special boxes with a material fixing the works. There are special cuts for hands. A curator can monitor the changes of temperature and humidity while the box is traveling. Engravings of different sizes could travel together because there is a specially cut space for them. On top of it, there is a larger format work. So this is a list of inventory numbers of this box. We do not nail, we actually screw down the cover lids, and it's now ready to get transported. So an Italian curator is watching it just during the unpackaging, and everything was being done over the Zoom. Please ask me questions. If the passé partout did not cover the whole hole, you can look at them as much as you want. Thank you very much, Irina. I think that lots of people would be able to use some of the points. Our next speaker, Daria Smirnova, the art restorer from the Lab of Scientific Restoration of Graphics from the State Hermitage. That's the exhibit, The Lion of Raphael in the State Hermitage. Hello. First of all, on behalf of our lab, I would like to congratulate our colleagues on the 100th anniversary of the library and wish the best of success. In my report, I would like to open the subject of the engravings restoration from the albums. This spring, the State Hermitage completed the unique exhibit, The Lion of Raphael. It's the 500th anniversary of the artist's death. We're trying to demonstrate how Raphael's work influenced his followers for 500 years. The exposition was showing applied arts, sculpture, paintings, and so on. Some of the exhibits were shown for the first time, and some of them required conservation and restoration. The scientific lab, restoration lab, received some albums with engravings selected by the scientists for that exhibit. Sorry. One of the albums included several engravings, which didn't give us a chance to show them all together. Some of the engravings, there were two of them on the same sheet or on the turn page. According to our goal, we're supposed to take the engravings of the album sheets and do the conservation and restoration so that the engravings could be displayed at the temporary exhibit based on the passé partout principle. Sometimes we deal with the issue of gluing out these engravings from the album. This is a contradictory subject that requires the history, the knowledge of the history of the exhibit. So the graphic sheets, the engravings could be placed there in museum collections or in private collections, and this way of preserving the graphics of is not always good in terms of the conservation of the graphics, and it makes the use of them more difficult. The lab does have some experience on working with taking out engravings from the albums as we were getting ready for the exhibit on Barocco. On the 300th anniversary on Piranesi, of Giovanni Battista Piranesi, it was some engravings of the Italian painter made in the technique of Fort, some landscapes of Rome. The album was bound 2 times during the mid-1900s with the use of lettering and marble paper. Each engraving in the album is a separate sheet. The album also have a large format engraving comprised of 3 parts glued together, overlapping. They were folded several times and sewn in the album. The other example of 2 albums with some pictures made around 1780 to get ready for the exhibit in Hunting Court in London, where they were exhibited for the first time. Unlike in the first album, the graphics sheets were glued upon the album sheets. There were great drawings with detailed images of the palace and the park, done in watercolors, in pencil, and in touch, some shop windows. The albums that we're talking about the engravings based on the compositions of Raphael Santi, as we were taking care of the Hermitage stamps. The album binding was done by leather with golden imprints on the spine. The engravings of Raphael were preserved to a different extent. There was some wear and tear of the spine, or uneven yellowing of the paper, some stains. Some of the engravings were bent horizontally as the sheets were being preserved before they were placed into the album. Some of them were placed on the base with a framing line of non-water resistant black color. The slide on top shows the engraving of Baltasar Castiglione, the courtesan. It's Raphael's brush, the original in the mirror. This engravings was placed on the sheet across the perimeter, and you can see the deformation, especially on the edges. To take off the engravings we used the remote moisturizing method during using the Hortex. We did the job locally on where the engravings were glued, but this delicate moisturizing allowed us to avoid stretching out the paper of the sheet and minimize its handling later. After the gluing, the engraving with a duplicate sheet was taken off with a bamboo knife. After taking it off the engraving, we could see the water sign. It was obvious that the edge of the paper along the perimeter is not a real base, but it's just a fragment of the sheet, like a frame. Some notes of pencil notes were also found. The edge of the paper frame was kind of cut by a knife. Probably it was a sheet of paper with an engraving in it. The central part of it was cut out to open the backside of the engraving. That is characteristic of all of the sheets getting restored in the library. The paper frame was supposed to be preserved to further set them into the albums. We got rid of the traces of glue, some surface dirt, and some stains on the backside. Then it was moisturized. Then we used the cotton swab, as the paper had different responses or reactions to moisturizing, and we had to achieve the same stretching of the paper. The next engraving coming from the second album on the Transfiguration picture by Raphael. Raphael, it was made by 1838 by Antonio Samalanca. It was probably the first reproduction of that picture as a stamp. The picture is glued on the into the album. The margins are cut off up to the image. A bit of yellowish colors, some stains on the paper. It was there was some wavy deformation on top of the engraving. When the engraving was taken off, we discovered huge traces of dense cracked glue of animal origin that did create the uneven stretching of the paper and resulted in the deformations of the sheet. Along the perimeter, there were some leftovers of thick paper of white color, probably some fragments of the paper frame characteristic for those engravings, and the paper was left from the previous setups. Upon removing the leftovers of that paper, we saw the cuts of the paper, and we saw an ink sign of black color. After mechanical cleaning, we removed the traces of glue from the sheet surface, and after the water treatment, we did some chemical treatment of stains. We strengthened some weak points through gluing, and some of the deformations were taken away by pressing. The other stamp is another copy of Raphael's Transfiguration. It's ascribed to the master of clay bones. The sheet was worn out, and there were some breaking points and cuts in the middle of the page, with some pieces of paper on the backside. There was some brown ink, and on the brown frame there were some lines overlapping with the image a little bit. When we took the engraving of the sheet, there were layers of different types of paper with a lot of losses and cuts. on the surface, there were some ink markings and pencil markings. The restoration were limited to removing the surface dirt and taking off the glue off using the semi-dry method. On the face along the cuts, the glued off piece of paper was taken away, and we used the glue based on wheat starch. Then we evenly remoisturized the engraving and put into the press until it is restored. The restoration board decided to keep the added paper on the back side as a witness to the fact of earlier restorations. Another engraving based on Peter Sutman is the author of Jesus Christ giving Apostle Peter the key to paradise. This engraving went deep into the turnout of the album. There were lots of creases of paper on the left, and on the edges there were some cuts. The fragment of paper was just removed. Some mechanical damages on that edge made the work on taking the engraving from the album more difficult. It was taken off through the use of remote moisturizing. We also did the job on the back side. We were also working on the face side to preserve the wholesomeness of the damaged left edge of the engraving. After taking the engraving off, we discovered large stains of glue, dark yellowish, some pencil notes, some leftovers of the old paper along the perimeter. And on the right slide, you can see in the light some rough glue-ins made on damaged areas along the cuts, along the tears, and there were some tears of the surface paper. We removed the leftovers of paper, and then we did the chemical treatment and the local chemical treatment of stains that we found underneath the layers of paper. After this restoration, we removed the uneven yellow stains of paper, some breaking points, and some cuts were restored by the Japanese paper. Some of the tears were restored through through adding the paper pulp. The backside of the engraving before and after the restoration, and the next one, the next engraving of large format from the third album covers the full turnout of the album. It is Raphael's fresco. It's the famous argument on transubstantiation. The painter is unknown. It's a copy of the engraving of George Gizzi, published in Antwerp in the 16th century. That was the first engraving replicating Raphael's fresco. The engraving is made on dense paper. The sheets overlap each other. The surface was dirty, and the paper was uneven with the stains of various origins that distorted the perception of the sheet. There were wavy deformation of the paper, some cuts and creases, and some weariness of the dye. The engraving was glued upon with all of its edges. On the left, you can see the deformation of the album sheet, which give us the reason to think that the engraving was glued along the whole square area of the sheet. The engraving was taken off little by little using the Hortex on the backside. As the glue was really uneven, it didn't really absorb water, so we had to use compresses from methyl cellulose. On the back side, the solution of methyl cellulose was applied with a brush with the help of the brush separating the engraving from the sheet. There were a lot of yellow stains of glue on the paper base, some leftovers of paper, some tears and cuts. There was some marking in pencil. We removed the paper glue ins. We removed the non-water resistance paper frame that would prevent us from moisturizing the sheet when treating it by water. We did the moisturizing by water, controlling the part vulnerable to water. As we were working, we removed the leftovers of paper and some traces of soft glue using the scalpel and the soft swabs. We almost removed the yellowish colors while the glue ins were restored. We also treated chemically treated some of the stains. You can now look at it. We restored the breaks and cuts by the Japanese paper, and some of the tears were replenished by the paper pulp. The next slides are the pictures of the exhibit. On the right-hand side, Christ gives the keys to paradise to Apostle Peter. This is dates back to the drawing of Sudman himself, and on the left there is a transubstantiation dispute, Baldassar Castiglione engraving. This slide on the left and on the rest shows the transfiguration engravings and the drawing based on the Raphael's transfiguration picture. At the very end, I would like to say that our approach to the restoration could be comprised of various aspects. We need to take out the graphics sheets from albums. It could depend on our goals. We could get ready for the exhibit, or we could not be satisfied with the level of preservation of graphical sheets and albums. We're talking about the preservation of the monument. Here we have to get the engravings ready. And based on the category of albums himself, the engravings were considered separate works of art. The engravings were placed in albums in different degrees of preservation. They required a lot of conservation and restoration. We could look at the back side with its additional information on the all-encompassing for the all-encompassing scientific research, and then the engravings were returned to the passé partout conservation. This issue remains open. We were trying to preserve the historical facts. If necessary, we could return the engravings back into the albums. Removing them from albums is quite a big subject, and in the future we certainly hope to prepare a detailed description of that. I would like to thank the exhibit curator, Vasily Uspensky, for the historical information on the engravings and albums getting restored. And thank you, Tatiana Sobyanina. Thank you, Daria. It was nice to see that your slides show all of the participants of the process. When it's just one monument, it's important to make sure that the restorers work all together. If the organization is good, then this is possible. Thank you so much. Our next session will be dedicated to the education opportunities when training experts on the restoration of archives. One report is missing, unfortunately, but there is an article. And right now we have a report of Nina Sinilobova from the art school, the restoration practice aimed at developing the scientific potential of students. I am the fourth-year student of the Moscow Restoration School. So we are getting trained for 4 years upon completion of our study. So we do the diploma, the restoration work, and we read the historical information. This year, the restoration internship of our course was getting done in the Library of Foreign Literature, and this is what my report is about. The hands-on experience is really important for any profession, especially when we are talking about working with works of art, where we have to be really knowledgeable and responsible. And we have to have the hands-on experience that would be really important in addition to theoretical knowledge. Hands-on experience is necessary for understanding the art because the teacher could demonstrate the restoration processes and not just describe them. All of the students get enrolled with a certain goal to keep the arts, the artistic heritage. We started with a theoretical course on techniques and materials and the types of damages. Upon its completion, our students are moving on to the hands-on experience, working with monuments, being supervised by a restorer who is also a teacher. Along with that, a student studies a lot of disciplines, allowing her to boost its discipline. The special biology teaches us some biological information on mold and insects. Special chemistry deals with pigments and their physical and chemical interaction with each other and with the environment. The teacher on museum conservation will be telling us about the conservation of the art, how to correctly preserve and transport the monuments, while the technological research will familiarize us with lab research. We, along with the theory, we start with small minor damages while moving on to more complicated cases and works of art. After the restoration, however, when the restoration is simple, it could be much more difficult than what the students used to think. But with the help of the teacher, we respond to the goal that we have, and the experience we will have gained will be even more valuable. We have a plan of restoration events certified by the council, attended by the qualified expert of the highest category. Under the oversight of the teachers, we do the lab research necessary for further restoration. After a long meticulous work with the art, all of the actions and the new methods first are put into the diary and then into the restoration passport. At the end of each semester, we have a restoration council where the students talk about what they did, and they are graded by professionals. And something what is really important, they receive some recommendations as to what they have to do. By the beginning of the internship outside of the school, a student is getting ready. This year, the internship of the third-year students was taking place in the Library of Foreign Literature under the guidance of Evgenia Mimbrina. What is important is that all of the students were new to restoration of documentaries, the documents, because before that they were only working with the graphics. We started with the introduction course where the students were told about various types of restoration of graphic arts and documents. Then we got some of the books requiring restoration. I received a brochure of the French painter of the late 19th century. That work of art lost the sewing, the bottom cover, the bottom part of the spine. There were some pencil paintings on top, some markings. There was a printed picture of non-water resistant paints. The restoration of the brochure started with a description of the work's preservation level. Ludmila Vyacheslavna told us in detail about how to do the pH level of the paper and how to weigh its paper pulp. Upon making the new scheme of sewing, we mechanically cleaned the sheets from dust and dirt. All of the seals and stamps reacting to moisture were fixed, and then we were washing the sheets in special throws. Then we added some paper pulp on tables and on vacuum tables. The paper's density was similar to the original paper. Then we made the notebooks and placed into the press for stabilizing. Then we sewed the brochures together and inserted into soft cover. Everything was described in a restoration passport. Along with the book's restoration, Ludmila Shevchenko did the course on making hard bindings. During the internship, the students did not just boost the skills they had already received in the school, but gaining invaluable experience from experts working in the workshop. The students also found out about modern technologies, the vacuum table and the paper pulp machine. The students presented their books and received the excellent grade. Not only the internship increased the capabilities of the students, but opened up the restoration as part of the culture. The students are involved in transferring the knowledge from a generation to a generation, allowing the thoughts of the people from previous times to sound to today. So the students became the links in the cultural preservation, and that environment could be felt in the restoration center. It was good for the theoretical knowledge and for practice. The students of our school are really grateful to our experts sharing their time so generously with us. After that internship, our lives have become more meaningful. Our research potential has made our life much more meaningful during the last year. Hopefully not everything was so bad. Hopefully you will be more optimistic in your professional career. It was really curious. Our next one, Maria Partnova, director of the Center of Restoration, the School of Restoration, as the way to preserve the cultural heritage. Hello, I'm Maria Partnova, chief of the organization named Restart, and the responsible secretary of the Restorers Alliance of Russia. First of all, let me tell you who we are, why we are, and how we work. The Restorers Alliance of Russia was set 7 years ago. This is an all Russian organization covering the restorers from different regions of Russia. Today, our alliance is represented in 44 regions of the country, comprised of 600 experts on architects, artists, paper experts, ceramics experts, stone experts, and so on. We did the monitoring of colleges around the whole country and learned that in Russia we have 47 institutions training restorers. Whether this is a lot or not enough, it's not enough. Most of institutions are in Moscow and in St. Petersburg. There are fewer of them in regions. If we have the correct data, we have the youth section in our alliance. We invited some young people currently studying. Right now we have over 300 young experts here. They are members of our section. What I can tell you is that the restoration industry have people mostly in their 50s and 60s or in their 20s. There are no people in their 30s and 40s. Probably that is related to the fact that back in the 90s, the restorer's profession was not really popular. And that's why we have this generational gap. In that regard, we decided to unite the experienced generation with the young people. We decided to prepare the project of local or field restoration schools, where an expert would transfer his or her knowledge to a young expert as to what could be done. This is the first page of our website, the Restorers Alliance, how you can join the alliance, the section, the youth section. You need to prove that you've been working as a restorer for over 7 years, if he or she wants to be the alliance member. When it comes to the youth section, we admit the young experts until the age of 35 with some service or without it. We have lots of useful information on our website for restorers, for artists and architects. When it comes to field restoration schools, when I started talking in regions, we cooperate with museums and with the governments, with the regional governments, with centers. With the people interested in the restoration of cultural heritage, we sign agreements with museums. In each museum, there is a fund, auxiliary fund, some items that require restoration. Most of the time, we don't have enough finance for that, not enough budget. And it is here that our field schools they provide invaluable help for museums. We got young experts and bring them to workshops and to locations, and in that process we try to restore these items. We have had over 15 schools in Kargopol, in Tula, in Novgorod, in Arkhangelsk, and in Crimea, in Totma, in Kizhi, and in some other regions. We were working with architects and restorers in April through October, when the architects could do things outside when the weather conditions allow us to do the measurements, while artists and other experts with whom we could work year-round, we do not depend on the weather, and therefore we could have field schools anytime. Our website also has some useful references and blog. We have a blog for restorers and architects. A picture from Arkhangelsk. Some wooden monuments. Andrei Baudet is guiding the measurements done by young restorers in Nizhny Novgorod. Together with the local diocese, we opened a restoration workshop. The local metropolitan provided us with some space where we could bring the temper paintings and some applied art objects. Once in 2 months, we bring a group of students from of 10, 15 people, and for 2 weeks we do the conservation and restoration of icons. Cooperation with museum, we have cooperation with the Tula Kremlin, with the Kizhi museum, with the Totma museum. Last year, no, in March this year, in fact. Sorry, I made a mistake. We did based on your Center for Restoration here in the Library of Foreign Literature. We did the first school on restoring the paper. We had 9 young experts from different regions, some people from staff people from museums and some students about to become professionals. And here in the Library of Foreign Literature, we have a training center and some really good teachers. Rosa Mikhailna and Evgenia Vladimirovna helped us to organize that school really well. All of the participants were really happy to receive their certificates. They learned some theory on paper restorations. They also gained some hands-on experience to work with the new equipment and do some work. This is the picture of our school. After the school, all of the experts received those beautiful certificates. Our organizations, I could boast of the fact for the second straight year, we receive some support from the Foundation of Presidential Grants. The first project that we applied for was in the Republic of Crimea, in the city of Sudak. This is the famous Genoa fortress. The federal object, we signed an agreement with that museum, and its CEO provided us with an area at the entrance to the fortress for us to do the project, the restoration project for the entrance. As today, the condition of the entrance leaves a lot to be desired. There are lots of cafes, some gift shops, and so on. Complete disorder. And we applied and received, and we had it approved. And we held the field school of restoration in Sudak for 2 weeks. Within 2 weeks, we were able to prepare the restoration project appreciated by our Crimean colleagues. While the second grant was received right there in the city of Sudak as the working project on architecture also required some archaeological certification. So we also held the archaeological school in Sudak. Sudak and Crimea is also about the Tavrida Forum. We in 2019, for the first time, we held the Modern Restoration School in Tavrida. What is Tavrida? People of culture and arts present their products. They defend it within a shift that takes a week. Within a week, you can come up with a poem or with a performance, but you cannot restore anything within a week. So in the Sudak fortress, we received some ceramics, some jugs of the 16th century, brought them to the Stroganov Academy, to the Department of Ceramics, and the kids were restoring those ceramics, gluing it and cleaning it. And then we brought the ready-made products to the Tavrida Forum and set the exhibit of on the underwater archaeology of the Crimea. Our plans is to actively develop. On the monthly basis, we do the field schools of restoration. This year, the paper restoration school will be the first one, but it's not going to be the last one, as that restoration, that there is a demand for the paper restoration school. Lots of artists who want to get requalified to do that. We will have to discuss that with the leadership of the library as to how this could be organized on the permanent basis, if requested by the audience and the participants. At this point, we conduct the restoration school in Suzdal. Until the end of this year, we will hold a similar school in Astrakhan and in Vologda. I'm ready to ask any questions. Thank you so much, Maria Valerievna. And I think that our colleagues realized that you could always approach Maria Valerievna seeking to organize such events, because they are really good for young restorers, especially in remote areas of our school. People could attend those schools or organize those restoration schools in localities. Thank you very much. I forgot to mention that in our schools could be attended by experts. You could apply using our website. We always announce a new school, like the school on ceramics, on temper painting, monumental painting, architecture, and so on. Anyone could apply, and we do the selection and invite about 10 to 15 people. We pay for traveling and for staying there. Well, the experts find some free time and shows up to get trained in our school. Thank you. Colleagues, we have 20 more minutes until the master class, the presentation of Shapkina, Tatiana Shapkina, Chief of the Regional Center of Conservation of Library Funds of the Chelyabinsk Regional Library. from miniature to rare books, acquiring the skills of restoration through the through making of smaller book mock-ups. 2 reports would be too much, but this is the way it happened. Those who participated in my master class yesterday were asking a lot of questions being covered. So I think those who went through the master class will find responses in my report. The miniature books came about during the Middle Ages. The first miniature books were a type of manuscripts recopied by monks and scribes on calf leather. Most of those books were religious and only available to nobility and royal families. Creating those books took months and years. The Russian czars had the hours book of small size. Those miniature books became printed quite often and used quite often. First of all, they were really tiny and they were not very expensive. Almanusis, the famous Greek scientist, the most famous from the early editors of miniature books. He printed a lot of early classics as miniature books. Napoleon was a real supporter of miniature books. He kept carrying the small books, 49 miniature books with in a special leather case that looked like one huge volume. Most of the existing miniature books are not very expensive, cheap souvenirs. They are works of art. They are using both the modern achievements and the old techniques. Many of them are underappreciated when it comes to the amount of time and material spent to create them. A miniature book really is a work of art when it comes to bookbinding, to spines and bookmaking. When I started working at the library upon graduating from the Department of History, I didn't really want to become a restorer. I didn't know much about that work. When I started being a restorer, I was really frightened to death. I never did anything creative. I couldn't sew or draw or do anything. I started discovering stuff right away. For me, it was a miracle to find out that books are comprised of so many details and that it is not fixed by spines only. The regional center brought so many good teachers to me. Some of my colleagues were the teachers. They were patiently teaching everything they knew themselves to me. During all of the stages, since I had zero experience, I had a real problem understanding a lot of processes. My mentor, Tatiana Baretina, came up with with the idea of making copies of some parts of the book to show me what I should do. I could do anything with those training samples, and that made me more. Those books were making me more confident about my further development. This creative approach to using some imagery to figure out some new ideas about new discoveries and phenomena. At the beginning, since the Conservation Center of the Chelyabinsk Library did not have all of the necessary materials for the professional restoration of books, we had to be very spendthrifty. We couldn't afford any errors. We started making some our own cluster paper. We started using it on our bindings. We were also using some fragments of leather for our spine. In 2015, Vera Ovchinnikova arrived from Sverdlovsk Regional Library. She made a tiny book as a gift for us. It was slightly over 1 centimeter using the leather and the marble paper, and she gave it to us as a gift. I was studying this construction of a miniature book and realized that we could do it even better. For instance, to form a block, Vera used the special baking paper. It was made of some dense paper. The screws were kind of made from the cardboard. The lids were too dense and they were bending. Everything was simplified. No fly leaves, no sewing. In spite of the criticism, what was done by my colleague motivated me to perfect my skill of making up miniatures, and I'm really grateful to her for that. The miniatures, not just the book miniatures, it's my personal thing. I don't always want to look at the small miniature. It looks very attractive, but it looks very neat, but as you look at it more attentively, you see imperfections of various types, like it's made of some packages for plates, some traces of glue, some cardboard used for packaging plates, and so on. I always try to avoid that. At the beginning, we thought that we would look at the basics of restorations and bookbinding. Good books should be sewn together. There should be capitals and so on. We couldn't simplify anything when doing the miniatures. We were trying to sew together the blocks and use the calico for fly leaves, even though it didn't make any sense. Developing our capabilities for non-standard thought, a person could become more witty and entrepreneurial and creative, which allows him or her to do more under various circumstances. Yelena Karapina, the famous restorer, forced us to think more about binding, about their construction. You have to know exactly what a book is comprised of. So my perception of work of a restorer changed completely. I realized how important and difficult the job is. But returning into my library, first I wasn't understood by some of my colleagues. It wasn't difficult for me to understand that it's important to learn the construction of every book. I understand the functionality of each detail, but the changes started occurring in our job. As the time was passing, we returned back to the idea of using the cuts, using the French binding. Then we started correcting the existing skills when doing the miniature books. First, the results were not satisfactory, and some valuable copies of books did not allow to use the new skills. I still was doing the miniatures. First of all, I started making the blocks. There was always that sample book by Vera Ovchinnikova, and I asked myself a question: why so a tiny book? It's still a mock-up. No one is going to read it. Therefore, we should do the imitation of a notebook and everything else. The internet still has a lot of ideas on how to make the miniature book, but I wasn't satisfied with any of those ideas. Out of the information available, I only used the accordion approach, but then the miniature would become shapeless. Once we did the resolve the block, the French binding is placed on the block, but I decided that it would be easier to make it separately, because otherwise we would have to use the fly leaves that would open the book too much, and it would look the book would look shabby. First, I tried to use the dense cardboard, but then after my training, the physical components of the material and the cover shouldn't be too dense. but they should endure the stretch of the marble paper. So I came to the shape that I've been doing right now. It takes me about 20 minutes to make one miniature. We're often asked, so you do the miniatures, they're notebooks, there is nothing in there. So is it like a notebook? We say that the most important thing is that we can now bind a book of any size, and binding is going to look nice. The question is who is going to type anything on this tiny sheet. We could try anything on miniatures, then we won't have any problems with real books. We could get away from the real world, so we have to hold the hands really tough and be very attentive. It's really important when later you work with rare books. This practice with making miniatures was already tried with the AWAS Conservation Center, and the experience was positive. When working with miniature books, you gain enough confidence. You should figure out your finger skills, your accuracy, the accuracy of movements, and then you can figure out what the book looks like. Thank you kindly for your attention. Colleagues, on presentations. So when it comes to conservation and restoration of the Library of Foreign Literature, that we were looking forward to for such a long time. Colleagues, let's the present. Well, we have to turn the presentation on the presentation of methodical recommendations. One of the primary parts of our Center of Conservation and Restoration of Documents is obviously the translation and publication and non-commercial publications of the existing European methods, as well as the editions of the annual editions of the conference materials. But upon doing the monitoring of our interns and colleagues, we realized that there was a necessity of the new set of recommendations on books restoration, as well as the re-edition of the existing ones. Talking about history a little bit, the first edition looked like that back in 1979. It was manual, it's still being used. There were some of the inserts, illustrations, inserts in there with samples of marble paper. Then we had the printout edition in 1980, and then one more edition in 86. These collected works keep improving, and our staff people kept adding something new in there. This edition is still in high demand, but unfortunately we could never share it with anyone, and we decided to republish that book with some additions. The book is comprised of two parts, two main blocks. And an appendix that Natalia Nikolaeva was working on it. We, with great joy, we realized that the book has actually been published. We added some comments as the restoration practice hasn't stopped. They are going to be the signals that in the modern restoration practice, these particular method is being reinterpreted or no longer used. We also actualized some schemes and photographic charts and photographic materials, and this copy of the book could be ordered after the 9th of November on our website. Look at the new information, or you could also write to the Department of the Center of Conservation and Information. So we won't be announcing any other projects right now, but we are getting ready with them, and hopefully we will be capable of publishing. Then at 2:30 we start working on the preserving the digital heritage. We kept talking about the cultural heritage, but at this point we have to move over to the digital heritage. The host will be Maria Kolpakova, and it will be dedicated not just to the digitization, but on how to preserve the digital files that we already have. And some of the participants on miniature and on the book's restoration are going to come over in about 15 minutes. Tomorrow, those who got registered for the certification seminar, we are going to get together at the right wing. Thank you kindly. Thank you very much, dear colleagues. Thank you kindly for your attention, those who attended and those who were listening to us. Thank you very much.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
Dear colleagues, I'm happy to welcome you at the International Seminar on Preservation of the Digital Heritage. It's a rare subject for this kind of seminars, but the subject is still very important. We live in a digital age, and that has an impact over all on the libraries. We will be listening to 6 reports on various aspects of digital preservation. I would like to thank our speakers. Thank you kindly for your participation. The first report will be presented by Trevor Owens, the Chief of the Management of Digital Content from the Library of Congress. Trevor, please.
Thank you so much. And we'll just share screen quick. Great, so I am thrilled to be here, and please interrupt me if there's any issues with the presentation coming through, but otherwise I'll assume that things are working. So I'm happy to share a little bit about context and background on the craft of digital preservation, or approaching digital preservation as a craft, and I'll just jump right in. So when we talk about digital materials and digital information, there's 2 very different narratives that come together at the same time. We see a lot of things like this article from Inc. magazine, what we post online is forever, and we need a reminder. Things like this that are there to often sort of scare young people into being more thoughtful about what things they put online, by the idea that it might just be around forever. And at the same time, we also see things like this, where there's a huge concern over the possibility of a digital dark age, that we might catastrophically lose all of our digital information at once. And a lot of my work and the work of many other people working in digital preservation in the last several decades has focused on getting beyond that hype and hyperbole into developing and approaching how we ensure long-term access to digital information. So the talk I'm giving today is largely anchored in my book, The Theory and Craft of Digital Preservation. There's an open access version of the book up online. This is in the Library of Information Science Scholarship Archive preprints. The URL is at the bottom of the page, but if you also just Google The Theory and Craft of Digital Preservation, you'll find it quickly too. So that is the genesis of the book that I developed, which came out in 2018 and is the basis of this talk. The way I approach digital preservation is largely the same as the way the book is organized. So as I was mentioning, there's this initial thing about getting beyond the sort of hype and anxiety around digital information, the need to look at how digital preservation fits into the long lineages of different traditions in preservation, between conservation, between preservation reformatting, and then a real need to understand the nuts and bolts of how digital objects work, how new media, digital media has changed a lot of things, and then working through the kinds of things we do with all sorts of collections. So thinking about preservation intent, collection development, managing copies and formats, arranging and describing digital objects, and enabling access and use. So for the roadmap of my brief presentation this morning, I will offer some definitions of digital preservation. Then I'll give examples from a few of the axioms that I spell out in more depth in the paper version for the conference proceedings, and offer a short list of steps everyone can use to help improve your own digital preservation practice. So when asked about what digital preservation is, often we'll see things like this come to us. And so this is the full OAIS reference model, showing how ingest, data management, archival storage, preservation planning, administration, and access fit together. The briefer version is this one. My experience is that these largely are overwhelming, and they're sort of very highly technical, so they get hard to think about the general ongoing ways that we ensure access to digital information. So I tend to like to approach this from a sort of very basic way of thinking about digital preservation, which is that it is any and everything you need to do to work to ensure enduring access to digital content. So less a technical model or diagram, but really thinking comprehensively about the activities and actions that we take to mitigate risk of loss. And so from that, I will share a few of those axioms of digital preservation that I open my book with. The idea is that these are sort of hard-won, practical and pragmatic things that we know about digital preservation at this point from years of work in this field. And some of them are a little bit counterintuitive to the way that we think about systems and infrastructure and the role of digital technology. So the first one that I'll share is that a repository is not a piece of software. So often when we talk about digital preservation, we start by thinking about what repository system we might implement. And then the features of that repository system become the way that we define what digital preservation is. And so in that case, it ends up seeming more like system requirements than the ongoing requirements to run a program. And so it's worth us all remembering that a repository is really the sum of the financial resources, the hardware, the staff time, the implementation of policies and planning to ensure long-term access. And so any system, beyond that, any software system that you use as a repository will by necessity be temporary. It's the tool you're using now, you'll use some other tool in the future. And so the work to think about how to ensure handoffs between successive systems of the content inside of them is really the sort of cornerstone work of digital preservation. And that relates very closely to the second one, which is that institutions make preservation possible. This is true in all contexts of preservation, but it's particularly true for digital preservation. With digital preservation, we can't trust in the long-lived nature of many media. So we can't have notebooks in an attic for 100 years and then find them and bring them into a library or archive. The tangible media on which a set of floppy disks or something like that is written will degrade to the point where that would be unreadable. So in that context, it's even more true that the organizational planning and resources that go into organizations that support preservation really are the cornerstone of how digital preservation is made possible. And so in that case, everything about how those organizations fund their work and approach it becomes part of the in scope for thinking about an organization's approach to digital preservation. The fourth one that I thought was worth sharing in our discussion today is that all of digital preservation is an active process of management. So there is nothing that has been preserved. There are only things that are being preserved. And in that case, the costs to keep and maintain server systems and run checks on digital content, all those sorts of things require active management and resource planning. And then the fifth one is that hoarding is not preservation. And so it is actually very easy at this point to make massive copies of whole sets of data. And there are times where that approach to archival appraisal or processing may make sense, but it also can result in getting huge amounts of digital information that there's not really any context or isn't discoverable and processable. So the same kinds of principles we bring to archival processing and management need to be brought into digital preservation. And related, that backing up data is not digital preservation. And so this is often a key discussion point between people working in IT parts of an organization and library archive staff, that just because you have rolling backups of digital content doesn't mean that you're covered on things like thinking about which file formats are going to be usable or accessible 50 years from now, or working through cases where someone might delete a copy that syncs through all the backups. Those kinds of things create different sorts of challenges and issues. And so that's the key point there is just that backing up data and digital preservation are not synonymous, although they are related. The ninth one from that list that I'll share here is that increasingly, digital preservation experts are thinking about this as risk management in much the same way that an organization might think about security issues. So the main concept here is that we're using the we're making the best use of resources we can get to mitigate the most pressing risks or threats to the loss of content, whether that be the possible loss of individual copies of material or digital media that contain content, or whether it be the loss of the ability to render content in the future because of things like file formats. So in this context, it's not that there is in the same way that one approaches thinking about IT security, one thinks about approaching digital preservation as a continual review of risk assessment and application of resources. Then the 11th one that I will share is that it's long past time to start taking actions. So that data model that I showed at the beginning can be a bit overwhelming. And so there are a lot of organizations, particularly smaller organizations, that are spending a lot of time trying to think about what they might do or what sort of the ideal system they might implement is. They might be waiting for, you know, a new repository or something like that before they really start to dive in and get the work done. But it's increasingly clear that there's a lot of work that can happen in a sort of get the boxes off the floor mentality to think about those clear, strongest risks and work to mitigate them most immediately, even whether that's, you know, making second copies, making copies that aren't co-located with your materials, et cetera. And so prioritizing those things before getting into what can become very open-ended questions about things like different file format, action plans, or things like that. So that's that one. And then I'll offer very briefly a couple of things that you can do to start today. And then that'll be the conclusion of my presentation. So we'll keep things on track here. So there are 6 things that I would offer for everyone, whether you're at large or small organizations, as things you can do if you haven't been doing a lot with digital preservation so far. The first thing is inventory, so identifying what digital material you've got that you really need to keep. Then start working on that sort of get the boxes off the floor set of issues. If there is only one copy of that material, get a second copy of it. Try and get it to not be co-located with the first material, first set of copies, so not on the same drive or on the same computer or potentially even in the same disaster threat area. And then work out from there into scheduling, how you'll improve things, how you check in on them. Because as I was suggesting earlier, so much of this is actually about policy and process. So what kinds of copies get made, how you track them. The fourth thing I'd offer is to read the NDSA Levels of Digital Preservation paper, which has a short sort of threat model-based framework for approaching file formats, copies, planning around storage systems, metadata. And then I'd also suggest thinking about joining the International Community of Practice, the DPC in particular, and right now the International Digital Preservation Conference are both great venues for connecting with more people. And then I'd suggest reading my book, The Theory and Craft of Digital Preservation, which, as I mentioned, you can get online for free, or you can get copies of it from Johns Hopkins University Press. So this, very quickly, is the NDSA Levels of Digital Preservation. And so that is the resource I was mentioning, which you can get for free online and look through all those different sort of factors to plan for. And that is this is the copy of my book. So that is the presentation. And I'm not sure if we're taking questions quick after each presentation or if there's I think we're about at time. So we'll probably move on to the next one. Thank you.
Спасибо, Тревор. Есть ли у кого-нибудь вопросы?
Thank you very much, Trevor. Are there any questions? Thank you. I think if there are questions in the future, we'll be able to move the question over to you. You know, you've provided a lot of information. And thank you, Jack Meadow, the preservation director of the Library of Congress, because he introduced us to you. Jacob is our colleague on the PAC centers. And therefore, that was quite an important contact for us. And right now, I would like to sum up a little bit that we've already seen after the first report that the physical preservation and the digital preservation have something in common. First of all, we cannot say that we are preserving something. We are preserving something, but we haven't preserved anything yet. But everything depends on the policies and rules that we have to shape. And the second aspect that really unites all of us is the fact that, of course, we have to be striving for something ideal, but we all have to start with making smaller steps. And then we could start developing our own life. Thank you, Trevor. I would like to invite our next reporter from the city of Ljubljana, Slovenia, the preservation of the digital heritage as part of the our activities on preservation and conservation in the library.
Dobar dan, lepo pozdravljeni. Privet vsem. I would like to thank to Maria Kolpakova and her colleagues for inviting me to this distinguished conference. I will, just a moment. Okay. As she said, I'm the head of the research department of the National University Library of Slovenia. And in this presentation, I would like to focus on the perspective of overall preservation of access to information, including both physical and digital preservation. So this is the outline of my presentation. Trevor Owens already responded what is digital preservation, so I will continue maybe why we need it as cultural institutions, and what are the characteristics of digital objects in order to understand different approaches to digital preservation. And then I will continue with the integration of physical and digital preservation in libraries, and in this regard, the experiences of the National University Library. So we have already heard definition of digital preservation. Here are two of them by the Digital Preservation Coalition and also by the American Library Association. Both of them focus on securing the continued access to digital contents. We have also terms like digital curation, which focuses on preservation activities as ongoing processes during digital object life cycle. Then we can also find digital archiving, which is focused on the storing processes in order to prevent damages and changes of the stored digital objects, and the long-term preservation, which denotes the long-term by any way a limited duration of the access of the digital object, which depends on the available access and other technology. All the mentioned terms have slightly different meanings. In these presentations, I use the term digital preservation for representing all practices and processes undertaken in order to maintain the access to information of a digital object in the future. Why we need digital preservation? Today, the majority of cultural, scientific, and organizational heritage is produced in digital form. In addition, there's an exponential production of digital information, including digitization results, production of digital collections, etc., digitally born materials. And today, the information technology and networks are the basis for scientific production. On the one hand, we have also to face information technology obsolescence and fragility. Digital objects are ephemeral and depend on a specific generation of information technology, which changes every 5 years. We invest quite a lot in digitization, and it is not cheap. You can see one of some of the categories of digitization costs, like digitization planning, staff training, material selection, scanning, metadata production, etc., etc. In the last years, many digitization projects that were aimed to develop digital collections or to protect original valuable library materials from damage and degradation do not take care of digitization master files. It is a fact that we have invested a lot of resources, significant human and financial resources in digitization, and we need to protect these assets. Now, all of you already know that there are some specific characteristics of digital objects. They can be accessed with a computer or similar device only. They are written in a programming language. Their longevity is limited in time, and their carriers could be easily deteriorated. The production, distribution, and use differ from analog publications. Thibodeau gave an excellent description of digital object structure. They consist of several layers. The first one is the physical one, the physical object, which means the signs inscribed on a carrier, like optical, magnetic, or other medium. Then a higher layer are the logical objects, which consist of processable units. This is like the syntax of the programming language. And another higher level are the conceptual objects, which tell us what kind of document we are dealing with, whether it is a table, book, an image, or some other meaningful unit of information. And the last one are the specific features of digital objects. They depend on the different applications. For instance, if we have the same text in two different applications, for example, Microsoft Word or PDF, we can see that their logical objects are completely different. We know that we are dealing with a text, but the functionalities are quite different. So digital objects cannot be preserved the same way as physical objects, and their authenticity also depends on the generation of information technology, physical, logical, and conceptual structure, and the context of their production, their aim and use. When deciding on a preservation method or strategy, we need to decide what would like to preserve. There are two main approaches. One is the preservation of the physical and logical object that we saw in that figure before. And the second approach is to preserve the conceptual object and specific feature of the digital object. In both cases, we have to be aware that there is no unique approach. There is always a risk of data loss, and each method could be very expensive. Now, when we look to more in detail all these approaches, for example, if we would like to preserve the physical logical object, it means that there should be no changes in the original digital object software. We want to preserve the original experience in accessing the content as well. For this approach, there are several methods. For example, the museum approach, or in which we preserve the original technology. Then the reincarnation of old machines to new hardware, new chips are added, which simulate the functionings of old machines. Then we have emulation, which requires additional software or hardware, which helps the new technology to function as the old machines. Then there are other more sophisticated methods like software engineering with the universal computer machine, etc. And then we have other methods which are focused on the preservation of access, the conceptual and object and features. We have migration of version, migration of file format, or standardization of file format. All these methods suppose different kind of file conversions. There is also migration of access with additional viewers tools. Then conversions based on typed object models, which is based on the distribution of file formats regarding their specific characteristics between which an appropriate migration is possible, or Rosetta Stone, data archaeology, etc. Unfortunately, I don't have so much time for going into details. And here are illustrated all mentioned methods and their correlation with preservation of technology and content. This is also by Thibodeau. Somehow, a parallel with physical preservation and conservation could be set. In both, it is very important to gather as much information as possible, which would help to reinterpret them in the future. The description of a manuscript, its provenance, and all library operations are applied to digital artifacts as well. At that point, the decision on what to preserve is common to both of them, but the methods are different. In both cases, the main goal is to preserve the access to their content in the future. Digital preservation, we know that this is a very recent practice, and it has, because of its dependence on information technology, devices and approaches, digital preservation is sometimes considered as a pure information technology issue. On the other hand, conservation and preservation and restoration have very long traditions. Their standards and practices have been developing for centuries. Today, the distinction of digital and physical materials is blurred in libraries because users are interested mainly in the access to information regardless the type of media. Both digital and physical preservation and conservation are aimed to preserve the access to information, and some of the workflows are common. In a library which performs archival functions, almost all the organizational units have to deal to some extent with both types of library materials. Considering them completely different and non-related practices could affect a successful implementation of both. This could be seen in the field of digitization, which requires joint workflows for both practices. According to Altenhöner, in 2010, the German National Library decided to regard conservation and preservation activities as a cross-departmental and cross-functional task based on integration and mutual transparency. They have realized that different departments were too much specialized and concentrated in their own workflows, and as a consequence, there was a duplication of tasks and quite many non-coordinated actions. The National and University Library has faced similar problems. The digitization unit was focused in the task of digitization, image processing, and digital collection building. The manuscripts department dealt with all library materials, which included digitization activities as well. Similar experiences we had with other units as well. The problem is that every unit developed their own professional standards and protocols, even in the same field, which sometimes differed from the other. Some workflows were duplicated, others differ in such a way that they were incompatible. Conservation, preservation were linked to many different activities, although they were practiced mainly by two departments, the Digital Library for Digital Preservation and the Conservation Restoration Department for Physical Conservation. After adopting the strategy of digital preservation in 2010, we realized that when speaking of digitization and metadata description, many aspects were related and conditioned by physical preservation. In 2011, the strategy for the preservation and accessibility of records on media with a limited durability in the National and University Library was formulated. It focused on non-paper carriers of information, optical, magnetic, old vinyl, disc, etc. By that time, we realized that different departments were not familiar with practices of other departments. Thus, it was necessary to integrate some of the workflows. In the recent strategic plan, we managed to include a strategic goal of integration of conservation and preservation related practices in NUC. In this regard, the first draft of the guidelines for the protection and preservation of library materials and in the National and University Library has been conceived. And for the next year, we are planning to produce the plan for the protection and risk to collections reduction in case of disasters and NUC, which is so-called disaster plan. So this is the content of the guidelines. And just to tell you something about the content, these guidelines follow the OIE's reference model. This is the standard ISO 14721. Since it describes all functions in a digital or physical archive. When preparing them, we followed all library workflows, starting from acquisitions to access. I'm sorry. Representatives of all units were involved. They contributed with the description of the conservation preservation practices concerning their fields of activities. Then we made a list of all relevant standards, I'm sorry, I'm staying without. They contribute to the description of the conservation preservation practices concerning their fields of activities. Then we made a list of all relevant standards, guidelines, and existing relevant protocols. It was a very valuable experience because we started coordinating some of the common workflows, detected missing protocols, and discovered gaps to which a proper attention had to be paid. In addition, all involved professionals were acquainted with practices that they did not know they were existent. So in conclusion, both practices, digital and physical preservation and conservation, are aimed to preserve the access to the intellectual content and information kept on a media. In the perspective of a library, both digital and physical preservation should be regarded as a cross-departmental and cross-functional task. At NUC, we decided to take a pragmatic and holistic approach and integrate some of the workflows of both, especially in the field of digitization and metadata creation. So this is all I have prepared for today. Here you have some literature that you can access if you're interested in this topic. And if you have any question, I will be really happy to answer. Thank you very much, and I'm sorry for my voice.
Спасибо, Аленка.
Thank you very much, Alenka. You have nothing, no reason to apologize. Thank you so much that you've participated in spite of your being slightly sick. Does anyone have any questions? Can't hear the question. The question is about how books make it to the digitization department. Is there any department responsible for picking up books to bring to the digitization department?
I'm sorry, I don't understand. Can you just translate it?
Можете еще раз повторить? Она не поняла. Я могу сам повторить, если хотите. Is there any specific department responsible for for selecting the books for further digitization? So responsible for deciding which books, let me repeat the question. The question was about who is responsible for selecting the documents or books that are supposed to get digitized. Is there any department responsible for selecting the books and materials to be digitized?
I suppose it may be connected with the language that you have chosen, but I will hope that it will not be, it's not so strictly to speak in English. So the question was who is making, who is searching? Валерий Борисович, so the question is who is searching, who's choosing which documents will you digitize? Is this work done by some special department, or who is doing this work?
This is the Digital Library of Slovenia, but
это цифровая библиотека Словении. В нашем стратегическом плане имеется один из
Slovenian production from everything that is in Slovenian or that has been published in Slovenia or that has been produced by Slovenian author. So this is our goal. Well, we are a very small country, only 2 million, and maybe it's not so difficult to do. So we started with all the materials, and then we will continue with modern literature, but of course we know that it will be very demanding because we have to agree to get the copyright allowance permissions from the authors. But we have also some, as a deposit library and National Library, we have some agreements with the National Agency or Research Agency so that everything that is published with public funds in Slovenia should be delivered to the National Library in a digital form, and it could be accessed from the Digital Library of Slovenia if there could be a moratorium of access so that it could be accessed from the local computers, in this case in the library. I hope that I answered to the question.
Я сперва задам вопрос по-русски, потом продублирую на английском языке.
I will answer
First of all, I will say the question in Russian, and then I will duplicate it. Так что вопрос в том, все же есть документы.
The question, there are some documents in Slovenian that are supposed to get digitized, but there is a certain succession of digitization.
Your priority is to digitize documents in Slovenian, but even between of those big number of documents, you must make some kind of priority also. And who is doing this, and who is choosing those documents? Is it done by your department or some other department? Who is doing this?
You cannot say that it's only one department, because we have special collections. Every special collection knows which collection are more demanded in their field. For example, the manuscript collection or the maps collection. So they decide maybe they want to protect these materials from handling, or they are really damaged or something like that. We have some criteria, list of criteria that we use when decided which materials have the priority. So from one side, we have this approach to digitize the old cultural heritage. From the other side, we just also do some surveys and see which materials are more demanded from our users. For example, now during the COVID period, most of the libraries were closed, and everything went virtual. So this helped us to see which documents are mostly required, and then we started negotiating with authors that for the materials that are more actual. So there are many ways. Who decides the director, of course, but on below there are suggestions by curators of these different special collections, and also from the head of the Digital Library of Slovenia.
Спасибо, Аленка. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
And I suppose that if we will have another questions, we will send it to you by email. Если будут какие-то вопросы, то вы можете их направить нам на почту, мы будем пересылать докладчикам, или же у нас на сайте, на сайте конференции вы все должны были его получить. Там есть
Any follow-up questions will be sent to you over email. When we received Alenka's report, we were really surprised, because sometimes you have an idea and all of a sudden, this idea is picked up by somebody else. So we've heard the report on various approaches to museums, to emulations, but you could read about all of them in our collected materials. Most of the time, the experts on physical preservations are really attracted by, are really drawn to do the digitization. And I think that our next report, Tomasz Gruszkowski, has already been able to join us. He is the director of the Center for the Preservation of the Digital Heritage, the basics of the digitization, quality and beauty. Tomasz, I know that we had some issues getting connected. Hopefully he will be able to get connected.
Hi, Tomasz.
I think you can see me. I hope you can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you, but you can also take off the mask.
No, I don't take the mask yet because I wanted to use this mask to show you the importance of measuring things. I mean, in Poland, you have your temperature taken very often. So I'll just test myself if I'm okay. 36.2. And now I can take off the mask. I don't have that awful disease. And I want to use the mask again. I've measured something, and it was very important for determining what will happen later. It is exactly the same in digitization. It should be the same in digitization. When you look at this mask, I guess you can think that it's gray. But if you look at it closely, then you see that it's done in two colors, made of two colors, which in the distance are gray. And that shows the importance of proper resolution in digitization, I guess. Well, I'll try to start the presentation now. It's there. I hope it works. Yes, it works. So what should be the first steps in digitizing library materials? Well, actually, not really digitizing. First of all, you have to know what you will be doing. Because in digitization and digital preservation, quality is very important. I would like to show you a movie which presents a work of craftsmanship prepared in 13th century and digitized just 15 years ago. And I must say that it was a very, very bad digitization. You can see a lot of noise in the picture. Some of the scans are of very low quality as far as sharpness goes. And therefore, it should be done differently. So now at the right bottom of the screen, you see the old digitization, and the background is the new one. You can see the structure of the paper. You can see all the letters precisely. You do not have the unsharpness issue. So the quality is very, very important. This is to show the scale. It's the whole size of the scan now is 16 times bigger than it used to be 15 years ago. So first steps in questions and answers. First of all, should I digitize? Are the collections of my library really important? Do they not just duplicate the collections of some other libraries which have been put online? If you can answer yes to that question, you come to the much more difficult question, how to get the money. Because this is an issue, and digitizing itself is very important. But then you have to make your digitized objects available, and you have to preserve them, which was the subject of the two previous presentations. Then there is a question, what to digitize? This question has been asked from Alenka already, but so I'll not provide any different answer. You have to take into consideration whether it's a unique object, whether it's in a good enough state, because digitization is supposed to allow for protecting the materials. But if during the digitization you destroy them, then it's definitely, that should not happen. Then there are more questions connected to money, but not only, also to the knowledge. What's equipment? What people? Where do you get the people who can do the digitization and digital preservation later? What computer hardware do you need? It all relates to the question of money, of course, but not only. And then there is no question, but I guess it's the first thing you say after trying to answer the previous questions is the cry for help. Well, we are here. It is said that Yevgeny Yevtushenko said that translation is like a woman. If it's beautiful, it is not faithful. If it's faithful, then it's most certainly not beautiful. And it does not go for the translation of analog objects into the digital ones, because the whole beauty of a digital object is in its fidelity to the original. That is the quality of the digitization. And it has to remain faithful in the long run, which means you have to preserve the digital objects. Then there is a problem. I think I'm the first one who named this issue the law of preservation, because if you have set up a properly working digital preservation system, then whatever you put into it will remain available in the foreseeable future. But it also means garbage in, garbage out. If you don't do your quality checks, if you don't follow the standards, the digital objects will not really be worth preserving. So, think about that. Then there is this issue that digitizing library materials, or really all material, also museum materials and archival materials, is very heavily dependent on theory, especially physics, especially in optics and computer science. Are we librarians rather exact scientists or rather book lovers? Can we do that at all? But it's best to learn from doing and from other people's mistakes. There are two main goals of libraries: protection and preservation of the originals. It's especially important in libraries like National Library of Poland. Our main goal is to protect and preserve the cultural heritage in the written form, and of course also map graphics and so on. And the other goal is to provide access to materials, and it applies to basically all libraries. But digital version has quite different goals, because you can provide the digital reproductions in order to limit access to originals, to preserve the originals. The other goal is to provide access to materials in digital form on World Wide Web, probably, unless there are copyright restrictions, because then you cannot provide it worldwide, definitely. So each goal has some action to be taken. You should decide what you digitize first. What are the most important pieces? What are the pieces that are most needed by the audience? Are those materials unique? You have to conduct queries in digital world. You have to stay legal, following the rules of copyright, and you should consider the condition of originals, taking people from preservation and conservation department of physical objects as experts. So at the moment, the library has library materials, people who work there, catalogs, reading rooms, and digitization provides extra reproductions of the collection in digital form, which can be made accessible and have to be preserved, which is the goal of digital preservation. You should make master copies of the highest possible quality, provide metadata which are true and properly describe the materials, both the physical materials that the master copies are copies of, and you should prepare access copies, which do not really have to be digitally preserved, as they can be at present even made on the fly from master copies. So these kinds of materials you prepare. And then there is a Russian proverb. I'll try not to make myself look silly. It's not really garbage in, garbage out, but что посеешь, то и пожнешь. If you prepare properly, then you will have good results. So how do you prepare good results? It is definitely not easy, especially as libraries have limited resources and most public service institutions have little funds. You have to prepare very properly. Decide what quantity of your materials you want to digitize. Learn what are their sizes and what state they are in. Estimate the number of pages that need to be digitized. And then, well, that's easy. Get the money, get the resources, and start your work. I'll try to describe the technical issues without the technical language, show you some kinds of scanners, and talk briefly about the parameters which have to be considered when doing the digitization. So that's the ABC of digitization. If there are any questions, you can always use those channels of contact anyway, or contact Maria and this other people from the staff to make them contact me. Very few words about the scanners. A simple one for self-service, basically. I hope you can see the whole screen. Can you? Maria, can you tell me, please, if you can see the whole screen? Yes? The whole slide?
Yes, we can see everything perfectly.
Okay, okay.
Yeah, we can see everything.
So just my screen is fooling me. Okay. You can also see that the sizes differ. One thing is in common, that you don't use the office scanners, which require you to put the book face down and close the lid on them so that you don't know what's happening there while scanning. It's good not to really put anything on the book because it can destroy the spine. This is A1 scanner, which moves the head along the longer parts or longer side of the table. And this is a V-shaped scanner with two photographic cameras. And it can also take pictures of A1 originals, but folded like that, 2 pages A2. Different one of the same size and still another one for slightly cheaper, as the cameras used here are the basically standard cameras, digital cameras that you can get. Another one of the same basis rules of construction, also the V-shape scanner in order not to destroy the binding, and a typical photography stand for maps and graphics. What parameters are most important? Resolution and color accuracy, which I have already shown you on the example of my mask. But there are more, much more. You should really study one of the books available on quality of digitization before you decide on the equipment you need. Resolution. These are two pictures taken with exactly the same camera and exactly the same lighting, but from a different distance. This was taken from 68 centimeters from this target, and this one shows the picture taken from 80 centimeters from the target. The resolution is different, you see less details, and it's very easily measurable. I'll show you that a bit later. So there are very expensive targets for measuring the resolution. They are based on the knowledge of physics, optics, and mathematics. So I'm not going to continue on that. I'll just mention that the difference on the edges between the darker squares and the lighter squares make it possible to measure very accurately the contrast and resolution of the pictures taken. Color accuracy. It is also usually measured with professional targets, ones which are not that expensive, like this one, which is quite easily available for less than €100, or this one, which is less easily available for, I guess, around €400. This one, which is also, I guess, similar price, maybe even more expensive, but it allows for measuring much more issues than just the color and resolution. Or this one, which is also even more expensive. Unfortunately, it's American, you know. They are usually very expensive. It allows for measuring the resolution and color accuracy and the uniformity of illumination as well, which is also important. Talking about the illumination uniformity, here's an example of something that is not okay. You can probably see, I hope that you can see, it's possible to see it when I look at the file directly, not over the internet, that there are darker and lighter play parts of the picture, which means that it's not uniformly illuminated, which means that the digital copies will not be exact copies of the original. You can also see that the 5 squares, and one in the center and 4 in the corners, are not really squares. They have been on the printout, but the camera distorted them while taking the picture. The lens was not really good for reproduction quality pictures. And this was about the targets, which are very expensive. What can you do if you don't have the money to buy the targets? You can try to see for yourself what's happening. I hope you could hear my voice on the film. If not, I'll speak to you again about that. This is the computer file of this A3 sheet with the dots. It is really totally uniform. They are rows and columns of exactly the same dots in exactly the same places. If you take a digital picture of it, which is here, you can see that this camera was not really distorting it a lot, and that the illumination was quite good. But if you put one over the other, you can see that it's not 100% exact reproduction. Was it 15 minutes? I think so. If there are any questions, you can ask them now, or you can contact me. I hope I've told you something about the digitization, the first steps, and I hope it was okay for you. Thank you.
Спасибо, Тамаш. Есть ли вопросы?
Are there any questions? No questions. And I think since we are talking on the Zoom, I will be repeating in both languages, but hopefully I will duplicate the question. So it was a really good, well-structured report. Some of the types of equipment looked really fantastic, since I'm not an expert in the field. And Tamas emphasized the importance of paying attention to the available resources, and our resources force us to be more preventive when doing the planning, and our Russian colleagues will be talking to us about that later.
Thank you a lot. And some of the equipment that you have showed seems to be really fantastic. And you have said that yeah, it's important to understand our abilities, and yeah, we know our abilities, and that's why we need to make good to plan everything detailized, and to make some kind of forward scene, something like this. And yeah, our Russian colleagues will tell their experience a bit later. And yeah, thank you a lot. And also I remember that you have told that probably you will be able to come to Russia and to make some kind of workshop. So yeah, I hope it will be possible.
That's very easy to invite me. Well, I think so. Yeah, I've been to Inostranka once 3 years ago, I guess, but just for a few hours. And it was a very nice visit. So I'm looking forward.
Yes, it's also for us a pleasure. So yeah, hope to see you again. Thank you, Tomasz.
Yeah. You're welcome.
Сейчас мы перейдем к нашему следующему докладчику.
Right now we are moving on to our next speaker. It's Maxim Malik. He will be able to participate. Vera Ovchinnikova will be talking about the virtual shelf of a reader of the 18th century, some experience of digitization of the book monuments. Yeah, we can hear you pretty well. We can see you pretty well too. 1 second. Let's demonstrate the screen. Can you see the picture of my presentation? acute problems in the library world and the world as a whole is that we have to keep the balance between the accessibility of information. On the other hand, its preservation, the preservation of its carrier, and we shouldn't forget about a person for whose sake we're doing that. Our library has lots of interesting editions, but the rhythm of life has been speeding up, and people cannot afford to go and sit in the reading room and hold that document. They're used to reading stuff on their smartphones, and lots of culture is missed by them. It's only seen by researchers, by historians, but people are still there, and we want to get them interested, for them to immerse in this world, and for us to put a bridge from books to a human. We united the restorers and the Center for the Electronic Copies of the Documents. In 2019, our library started carrying out the digitization process for book monuments, and it was under the auspices of the National Project for Digitization of the book monuments. Within 3 years, unique editions of the 18th century became now accessible for reading anywhere. The Belinsky Library now includes the digital copies of magazines published prior to 1830. We had to determine which documents we are supposed to be scanning, as we have a huge problem of digitization. As we have already heard, there are non-soon monuments, or some monuments were restored back in Soviet periods with the bad technology, and they're already described in the way they are. Sometimes the document under digitization needs a lot of preservation effort first, because it cannot be digitized as it is, and it puts a lot of burden on the restorers. The list is determined by three departments. First, we look at the fund, talk to the fund holder, then we assess the technical possibility for doing the digital copy. Then we make the three-party act to transfer the documents onto the scanning center. We cannot see your presentation. You did not turn your screen on. That's okay. That's okay. I've been telling everything. Still cannot see that. Now we can see that. Make the full screen, please. Our national project, and here it's the Department of Scanning. The restorers are preparing the documents for scanning, cleaning the dust, straightening out the cuts, some minimum conservation. First, the documents are given to us, and we are transferring them for scanners. They do the scanning and return them to us, and then we inspect the documents after they were worked out by the scanners. Maybe they were damaged, or they could have gotten sewn out. Then we return them to the original state. So we see the process of scanning here. We cannot just scan. We have to bring that document home to the readers. And the Department of Rare Books created the virtual shelf of the 18th century reader. This is a separate part of our website that we are advertising a lot. And actually, each document has a presentation, all these documents, so that a person could get to the internet, open the document, and read it. Why is that true? We decided to do the project dedicated to Nikita Demidov. In the Urals, people love the Demidovs because the dynasty did so much for the Urals. And the younger son of Akimfit Demidov did not was not just a miner. He built a lot of factories. He also funded a lot of painters, artists, and writers. He was corresponding with Voltaire. He was traveling in Europe, visiting a lot of workshops of artists, and his secretary was making diaries, and then those diaries were published. And in addition to everything else, he was also an avid reader. We have some books on whose margins there are some notes of Nikita Demidov. They are no less interesting than the book treasures themselves, and those editions were the first to be digitized. We can look at some examples of what we hold. The books show his diverse interests. Cicero, Jean-Jacques Rousseau, he read and translated into Russian some articles from Diderot's encyclopedia. So Chinese alphabet and so on. We also were digitizing some books read by Demidov on natural science, on teaching science, and philosophy. This is what we currently own, and this is what the virtual shelf looks like. If you go to that site, anyone could try to be the reader of the 18th century. In our virtual reality, you could imagine yourself living in the 18th centuries without looking at your smartphone screen. You can look at the lines of books that were being read 300 years ago. You can ask a question on a year or on the author. You can look through. Thank you so much. Thank you. It was really interesting, and the website is really good. Things look great, and everything is being done for the readers. We thank you, Maxim Andreevich. Sorry he could not participate. Are there any questions? Yeah, if there are any questions, if we receive any questions, we will transfer them to you. Thank you. Our next speaker will be representing our library, Kirill Gavrilov, head of the digitization group. He will be talking about digitization, about the goals and the prospects for its development. Hello, everybody. The digitization is one of the venues for preserving the book and the accessibility of that book for a wide range of readers. Under the conditions of pandemics, it was really important. Some of the goals include the copyright, the selection of literature, and the quality of digital images. And to improve the services, we have to do some multimedia projects. Digitalization overall is the transfer of the object into the digital format to be put onto the digital carriers to ensure the access to as many readers as possible. Trust for the information outside of the library. Everybody is sure that it's really significant, but when the process started, a lot of natural disasters and various other catastrophes proved to us that books should be digitized on large scale. The question is, however, is which literature should be digitized. First of all, according to the criteria, we have to digitize rare books or books in high demand or books in bad conditions, or those that only have one copy. But what is the percentage ratio should be? Is everything in high demand should everything be digitized? All of the old books should be digitized or not? We have to think about the planning, think about the readers' demands. You know, when we have to think about the book's physical appearances, we have come with some restrictions on various categories of books that we calculated using our charts of readers' demands. 55% were digitized by readers' demands. Rare books, 10%, old books, children's books, digitization for exhibits, and events were 5%. Some literature inside the library is more or less clear, but with readers it's very difficult. With the internet, the libraries have now lots of remote users, the people who use the library services without coming to it, especially nowadays when a modern person live under the threat of pandemics, being isolated when the only venue for receiving the information were the digital materials. The demand has increased a lot, but the books that are necessary for remote users need a lot of selection criteria. First is the copyright. The book lose their copyright issue only 70 years after the author's death if there are no successors. To ensure the preservation and the accessibility for users, the libraries can make electronic copies if there is no way to receive the profits from the rare or unique copies or worn out copies of manuscripts whose giving out to users could result in their destruction. The materials used exclusively for educational purposes could be done if they were not haven't been published for over 10 years since the date of when they were published the last time in the Russian Federation, to restore the copy lost or used or destroyed for some reason, or to provide some copies of books that lost their significance to. Also, our law says that the digital copies could be provided to the free usage only inside the library, to exclude the possibility of any further copy making. But during the pandemic, the readers cannot always attend the public libraries, including and our website has a functional some order for digitization. A reader could order a digitized book with some copyright issues, could still be read using the personal office application. The inconvenience is that the electronic copy is only available to one user, while using the e-copies that are copyright protected without the concluding an agreement with the copyright owner is not really legal. When we digitize the masses of books, signing those copyright agreements is not a goal to be resolved. Some heirs are not known, or they sometimes live outside of the country. Searching for them and paying honorariums, the royalties to them, is not possible. There are no other sources of doing that. So we have to reorganize the legal system or introduce some changes into the law on libraries in terms of the copyright and the intellectual property protection, enabling the libraries to digitize the copies from their funds, giving the access to their readers. To ensure the legal equality of the authors and the libraries, we have to protect the copies of books from the unsanctioned spreading and additional copies. Then we have to come up with virtual reading rooms with expansion of their functions. Is also quite an acute subject. Duplication. Very often the readers order the books that are already available on other websites. To avoid that, we have to have a database with a function of search and access to satisfy the readers' demand. We also have to create an expert board on to do the analytics of the requested books. The quality of images is also very important. Our electronic catalog is shown in PDF and G5, and they've been good for the readers until today. Talking about the isolation, lots of people were working remotely, and the quality formats were not really compatible with their requirements. As an example, there was a lady who was working with Sanskrit using the format. The electronic format did not show the detail of this complicated language. Only the deep format would be good, and this format is really heavy even for the preservation purposes. And we have to come up with the formats that would be true to the quality of the original and still would not occupy too much space. We have to come up with a full-blown multimedia product. The demand for the culture products has increased, and the development and the introduction of the virtual information spaces. The digital libraries of the future should include not just the text on the original, but create the multimedia wrappings for the materials. We have a platform dedicated to Dante with digitized materials of his Commedia Divina chosen in our fund, and some articles from other publications. Then we'll be downloading some more multimedia products to ensure that we meet the goals of the modern times. We have to use the services of experts from various subdivisions of the library, setting the boards dealing with the readers' demands and the collection-based selection criteria, the reorganization of legal issues to avoid the duplication of the register of digitized book, boosting the quality of digitized product, and the creation of full-blown multimedia products. I have to ask if there are any questions, but you've asked so many questions. You've come up with a lot of responses to those questions. If you have any questions from the audience, thank you. If there are any questions, we will send them to you. It was really interesting. And I would like to have our last speaker. And I'd like to point out that today we had that presentation on methodical recommendations, and we've been doing a lot of methodological work on a regular basis. Not so long ago, we translated some methodical recommendations on how to restore books before digitization. The restorers are involved. Vera was talking about the restorer's role in preparing the documents for digitization. Some suggestions on that could be found in our methodical recommendations. Just write to our center. And right now, we will have our colleagues from the Polytechnic library. Alona Arielevna Reicher is the deputy chief of the Polytechnical Library on the project activities. Polytechnical Library in the open access collection of the editions. Hello, colleagues. We're really happy to tell you about the digital project of our library at this wonderful conference. I will be talking about that, and the chief of our library, Ms. Polanska, is also in our library. You could ask her questions later. In March 2021, together with the Fund for the Development of Polytechnical Museum, we started the project on electronic library of the Scientific and Technical Societies of Russia of the late 1800s, early 2000s. We are using the funds from presidential grants. We digitized the collection of the 6,500 editions published by them in the open access. This is the first experience of this kind that we have, and to understand why we chose this particular collection, why it is valuable, and why it is so significant for the Polytechnical Library, let me talk a little bit about the history of our library and explain the specific features of our funds. Let's talk a little bit about the history. During the second half of the 19th century and the early 20th century, the Russian Empire was developing apace, and the technical developing, all of the industries and sciences were energy, mining, and all of the transportation were developing apace, and a huge role was played by the scientific and technical societies, contributing to the professional technical education, doing the research for industry, who were propagating the science and propagating technical science among the people in general. What were those societies? Some of them were researchers, professionals and amateurs who were united by certain shared interests into groups that were not really regulated by state or education, no census in addition to being interested to be in that society. And those groups played an important role in the scientific development of society and in the social development of the community, as they were doing a lot of enlightenment effort. They were organizing exhibits, opening libraries and museums. This picture shows this typical session hall in 1887. One of the most important directions of their work was publishing. They were printing lots of editions, including some periodicals covering society's life, some scientific research, some reports on expeditions, some conferences and exhibits. There were also general reviews of the new literature, and due to that, those operations and the scientific and technical knowledge were getting spread really fast back in those days. The Polytechnical Museum, our library, showed up due to the Imperial Society of Ethnography, Natural Sciences, and philosophy. That was the society that created this famous polytechnical exhibit in 1872. Based on its exposition, we have come up with the polytechnical and historical museums in Russia. Our fund was started by the library of that society, created in 1864 by some professors of the Moscow University, the famous geologist and paleontologist Sharovsky, Anatoly Bogdanov, zoologist Nicholas Zenger, who was our first librarian, and some other scholars and scientists who determined the goals of our library as the preservation of scientific literature and the spreading of knowledge. We were also serving the scientists who were participating in our society, the students and just the amateurs and the lovers of science. First, our funds were being created by the donations of the society's participants, and then those participants made up lists of the most necessary needed books and magazines by specialties. Shirovsky was doing geology and mineralogy, Bogdanov was doing zoology and physics and so on. For many years, the participants were subscribing to magazines at their own expense. The printed editions were being donated by many societies, by the Academy of Sciences, the Kazan University. I must tell you that this way of setting the library is unique. I know that most of the major libraries had private collections as at their core, like the State Historical Library was based on the private collection of Alexander Chertkov, and the collected library of Alexander Rumyantsev started the RGB library. We were actually trying to do the collection of books for the science and for the Enlightenment. In 1877, together with the museum and the society moves into the Polytechnic Museum in Lubyanka, and by that time the library was quite big by its scientific value, by the quantity of editions. We had over 130,000 volumes. As you can see, during the early 20th century, our library was turned into a separate organization. They kept renaming it, and during the 90s, we once again became the department, the section, and then a department of the Polytechnical Museum. Even though once again we are inside the museum, we are still a public library, and to a full extent we do the functions of a public library. Our fund is over 3.5 million copies. After the revolution in 1917, the interest was no longer supported by the government, and by the 30s, most of societies stopped, no longer existed. And that's why we received the funds from a lot of scientific societies, libraries, and that's how the collection of those societies became formed the collection of our library. The collection, digitized collection, has 2,800 books and 3,700 periodicals. There were over 100 societies of all types of shapes. The number of editions for every society varies between 1 or 2, with up to hundreds and thousands. There are some really famous societies that predetermine the development of science, technology, and culture. The Russian's Physical and Chemical Society, or the Moscow Architectural Society. There were also small provincial societies to do the research of nature of the Aryol region. There were purely artistic or technical societies. There were also societies directed at the economy, or there were some Enlightenment societies that reflects the quality leap made by the society due to the peculiarities of the system of our funds. Our collection of societies editions, since from the very beginning we used the systematic approach, and that was continuing until the end of the 1930s. In 1939, they started doing the so-called serfdom system of the layout, and that's why this digitization process is very significant scientifically. First of all, the collection itself could be lost for future generations, because lots of magazines and books have been worn out. All of those materials were in high demand by the readers, and of course it was really bad for the preservation, and the digitization excludes the direct contact of a reader with a copy and takes away some technical limitations related to the physical conditions of our copies. We do the scanning in a harmless way using the light diode lighting without any ultraviolet or infrared spectrum. The creation of that electronic collection boosts the availability of our historical documents for all types of readers. That part of the fund will be available not just for the readers in Moscow, but also the researchers of the history of science and technology and culture inside the country and outside of the country. The materials are really important for the students, for the researchers, for the school teachers, and the broad audience interested in the history of our country. Third, getting back to the open access will expand the number of sources for the historians of the 19th century, and the public will get familiar with the culture of publishing in Russia back in those days. Talking about the publishing culture, we would like to talk about the typology of editions, using some editions from the Moscow by the Moscow Architectural Society. One of the most popular formats were the notes on reflecting the whole spectrum, the inner kitchen of society. In 1905, we see the report of a famous architect of Stanislav Nowakovsky about the Swedish medieval architecture, the bidding for the male gymnasium in the city of Rostov, and so on. We are also publishing the annual editions, summing up the public activities, some projects of the society participants, or projects done with support of the society. The general review of the society in 1908-1909, some details of the Treaty of Gallery by Vasnitsov, the project, the Ivanov-Shits Merchants Club on Malaya Dmitrovka. Now it hosts the Lancome Theater. A very well, there were some publications on discussion on issues. The issue of paving of the streets of Moscow. There was some lively discussion in the Society of Architects. So there was a book of articles. The author will be trying to pave the street in front of his house to make sure that his idea is correct. There were some editions dedicated to particular events. This particular edition is dedicated to 100th anniversary of the first chairman of society, Mikhail Bykovsky. It contains the events of those days, the speeches, some pictures and sketches of Bykovsky. Also, there were some editions on the activities on the certain period, what the Moscow Architectural Society was doing within the first 30 years of its existence, like a list of subjects to be discussed during its sessions, a list of officials, and so on. They were also publishing catalogs for the exhibits, for the exhibitions. The catalogs of the permanent architectural and artistic exhibition affiliated with the Moscow Architectural Society. That was the first exhibition of this kind. It's ancestor of all of the similar designer exhibitions nowadays. And the list of editions is incomplete. What does digitization look like? In spring this year, we purchased a planetary scanner with a V-shaped. We can now scan the books with incomplete opening, with a lack of a part of spine. We have a good team of experts. We keep picking editions from the main fund and from the rare books department. We do the maximum quality. We do the reference to the general bibliographic catalog of ours, and inside the electronic catalog we have the digital collection with the search engines, and we are currently developing the digital platform for our e-library. We have the design, we are doing the layout and doing the software. The e-library will be deployed as a separate website under the auspices of the big museum platform. I'm pretty sure that the users need the comfortable access to the digital collection. When doing the design, our priority was simple navigation and the friendly interface. There are versions for smartphones and for computers. We have static division about the projects, and then the dynamic section, and we are also giving some information about our team, talking about the selection and the digitization. Each society has its own set of books, materials, of exhibitions and congresses, and there is also some reference information about the history, so you could do the personal office with a personal reading room. We have a system of filters allowing you to look for books and periodicals. So we launched the platform in stages and in May 2022, and we'll keep developing this website as an information portal and as the foundation for research projects. I will be happy to answer the questions. There is a first question. Can't hear it. You said that you digitize in maximum format. When it comes to quality, does it mean that you do the files in the format D1600? Yeah, the D1600 is the format we use for the initial copies. For the originals, not to have to keep digitizing. We could also make it smaller if we need. So, but the issue is the preservation. So far, we have enough space on the server, but the IT team. Are there any other questions? Are you planning to move to our old building? Irina, could you respond to that? No answer to that yet. There is some activity going on in the historical building. Maybe it will be used to some extent. It's a technical question, but I think it's acute. As you're digitizing the books using the old orthography, the pre-revolutionary books, is the text getting recognized, or the books are digitized as pictures? It's a good question. Now the text recognition is not being done, and we are negotiating with ABYY on purchasing the recognition system for the text recognition and for checking how this system is going to perform on our material without the recognition so far. Thank you. Are there any other questions? If there are any more questions, we will be transferring them to you. Thank you so much. And our report is the last one, as far as I understand. I would like to, on behalf of all of the participants, thank you, the organizers and everyone who was organizing and hosting that for this wonderful 3 days at the Library of Foreign Literature. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, all of the participants, all of the people who are listening to us online. And right now, the conference, Rosa Salnikova will complete the conference. She is the chairperson of the Center for the Conservation of Documents. So not the last word yet. We are not done yet. We haven't discussed everything. I would like to thank everybody once again for the participation, all of the listeners. Wish everyone all the best and be ready for the next conference. Thank you so much.
Recording stopped.